Mic check, 1 2 1 2. All praises to the ever-present creator, the all in all, the always was, is, and ever shall be. Y'all see the title, dropped the Megaton light bomb on the H.O.K last night. Slow down chop session. We're gonna swing back through. You know what I mean? Y'all come on in the chat, man. You know, tap in with your bruh, man. You dig? It's gonna be more of an interactive type situation. So I'm gonna go ahead and put the link in the chat. You know what I mean? If any of y'all want to get on, hop on. I'm about to play a little bit of this documentary real quick. I may be pausing, commenting a little taste. You dig? Hey, but if I could be heard, give me a vortex up in the chat. Give me a vortex in the chat. Shout out to the creator gang, man. Hey, y'all, look, we on the right path. And we are literally shaking up the very fabric and foundation of the beast system. You know what I mean? We really are literally shaking this deal up, man. So, you know, it's an honor to be on the team with you, brothers and sisters. Believe that. It did. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Believe that. Shout out to the haters, jaw jackers, and naysayers. Yeah. I love y'all too. Hey, salute to big homie, man. That's my bro right here. Y'all don't even know. We got so many snipers on the roof. Man. We got so many snipers on the roof, boy. Yeah, when you see right there the sign of the creator, notice it's a scope. It's a scope. You did. Well, good to see y'all. Y'all hit that like button, hit that share button. Do anything you need to do. I'm gonna go ahead and drop this link up in the chat. I'm gonna let this play a little bit. Y'all come on in, man. I'm gonna pull up the so-called the presentation from last night. We gonna swing through it. We gonna pause it. We gonna laugh. You know what I mean? Especially when that boy Tazar YAH'KI, what's your boy name? Rob McCarthy. I don't know why that boy decided to skip across my plate. Lad, I don't know what he was thinking. But I made it all about him. Rob McCarthy. It was all fun though, man. All right, so I'm gonna show this, y'all. Y'all tap on in, gang, baby. Let's work.
Roughly 1 in every 3 people who walk this earth today profess to be Christian. They claim Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior. But is he really? Do Christians today truly follow the religion which Jesus taught? Or was his call hijacked somewhere along the way? Remember, Jesus told us to watch out for false teachers.
Hey, this is one of them documentaries, boy. They hang you from the gateway arch, y'all. You dig? I figure, hey, we might as well go ahead and pour salt into the open wound. Stay on this nigga Paul. Stay on this little plastic god that these cats have made, man. They made him up a little plastic little deity, man. Watch this.
Deceivers who appear as wolves in sheep's clothing. A reminder that the most dangerous enemies are the ones who you think you can trust, the ones who infiltrate and devour a flock from within. Jesus Christ, the Good Shepherd, told us exactly who to follow after him. He named his chief disciple, Simon Peter, as his successor, the rock upon which his church would be built. But somehow, another man, not Simon Peter, ended up becoming the dominant voice of Christianity. Roughly half of the books which fill the pages of the New Testament were written by one man, a man who never even met Jesus, a man with a deeply rooted hatred for Christians, a man called Saul of Tarsus, better known today as the Apostle Paul.
Boy, he looks suspect. Look at that Joker. Look at this Giles. Every time his jaws moving, you hearing lies. Look at this Giles, man. He looks suspect, man. Look at this dude. Man, look. Oh, Dookie Mo.
Paul's teachings are so influential, some have even dubbed him the founder of Christianity, a claim which reveals a big problem. Paul's doctrine is often at odds with the message of Jesus, which begs the question, was Paul an apostle or an impostor, a messenger from Christ, or an antichrist who has led 1/3 of the world's population astray? Join us on Al Rayat Al Sud satellite channel as we tell the story of the man who stole the religion of Jesus and founded Christianity as we know it today, Paul, the false apostle. The year is roughly 36 AD. The place, Jerusalem. This is the holy city where the teachings of Christ once rang out into the air. But now, just a few years after the crucifixion, the winds have changed direction and some people are on a hunt for Christian blood. An angry mob zeroes in on a godly man by the name of Stephen, drags him out of the city, and begins to stone him. They lay their coats in front of a young man called Saul of Tarsus, who fully consented to Stephen's death and later admitted, "And when the blood of your martyr Stephen was shed, I stood there giving my approval and guarding the clothes of those who were killing him." This story alone is shocking enough, but this was not the only time Saul got his hands dirty. Saul was born into a strict Jewish family and spent his youth studying under the famous rabbi Gamaliel, the man who trained him as a Pharisee. These are the same Pharisees whom Jesus referred to as vipers and sons of the devil. Saul's zeal for the law led him to become an inquisitor of the Jerusalem temple's priesthood. Saul was a bloodhound and admitted to mercilessly chasing and killing many Christians. According to the book of Acts, Saul was still breathing out murderous threats against the Lord's disciples when he had a transformative experience on the road to Damascus, a vision of the resurrected Jesus. It was that experience which allegedly changed everything. Saul became Paul and declared himself a freshly converted apostle of Christ. But there is a problem with this story. Paul can't quite get the details straight. It is considered a red flag when a person can't keep their story straight. When detectives work to solve a crime, they test witnesses on the consistency of their accounts.
What is he admitting? He's like, man, Paul's story ain't even straight. And the reason that's important, y'all, is because that's his whole claim to being an apostle, is his vision that he had. Notice they didn't even answer none of that but with me yesterday. Tazar YAH'K, Amin Ra McCarthy, none of them. None of them answered the fact that Paul's whole claim to being an apostle was based off his vision on the road to Damascus. None of them answered when I went and showed that all three stories have contradictions in them. You may look at that like, man, that don't mean nothing, bro. You know, man, you liable to forget a few details. The reason this is so important because this is what he's claiming and this is what he's using to claim that he is a certified apostle. It's his vision. Most don't even know his vision don't even line up. It don't even line up. So we got to question that then. Just like any detective will question you if you keep getting your story different and changing it up and leaving out details and all that. They're going to be looking at you with a jaundiced eye. They don't look at you with a jaundiced eye like, man, what is he on? Y'all remember Minister Society? You know you done messed up, right? You said you bought the bottle of beer at 11:30. Now you said you bought the bottle of beer at 12:30. You know you done messed up, right? Look, watch this, man. Easy work. Easy work.
If the story keeps changing, suspicions arise. You might assume that a vision of Jesus would be memorable enough to stick in someone's memory, but the so-called Apostle Paul tells 3 different versions of his apparition on the road to Damascus, recorded in the book of Acts. In Acts chapter 9, verse 7, we find one account where Paul claims that his travel companions did not see Jesus, but heard his voice. And in Acts chapter 22, verse 9, we find another version of the story. They saw the light, but they did not understand the voice of him who was speaking to me. In one version, Paul is blinded for 3 days. In another, he makes no mention of such a thing. We are left wondering, which version should we believe? But perhaps a more important question to ask is, why does this all matter?
Why does it matter? You know what I mean? You see people today, they just blow right past it. They don't care nothing about none of that. And that's why I'm telling Amon McCarthy, man, you ain't never read none of this stuff I done brought out. Boy, I was in Paul's letters majority of the time. And then when I went outside and started showing the pre-Nicene literature that's already written, I showed them pre-Nicene, Nicene, and post-Nicene literature, proving our point. You know what I mean? And that's why I was telling them, I bet not hear nobody get on here talking about I ain't bring out no source, so we gonna kill that right out the gate. You can't get on here and say he ain't bring no sources, because that's what they'll do. Even though you got a gang of sources up on the screen, some millie mouth Negro will still say, "Oh, you ain't bring no sources." Hold on, hold on. What did you say? You feel me? So it's certain things you got to get it when, especially when you're having a conversation over and with the likes of H.O.K. or whoever. You know what I mean? You always got to cover your rear end, man. Cover your 6. Cover your flank, you know what I mean? Because these cats is real goofy. Watch this.
It matters because the entire validity of Paul as a messenger hinges on this story. This is the single proof he used to convince people to take him seriously as a messenger from God. Having never met Jesus in the flesh, this is all he has to go on. And it just so happens that it cannot be verified by anybody. There is no mention of Paul in the Gospels by Jesus or anyone else, for that matter. Nobody gives Paul the title of apostle other than Paul himself. So we have to ask these questions. Was Paul a man who saw the error in his ways and turned his life around? Or did he carry out his original agenda, utilizing a different strategy, destroying the Christian faith from within? In any case, one thing is certain. Paul's claim to apostleship directly contradicts what Jesus taught. Throughout his ministry, Jesus had many disciples. At one point, he amassed followers in the thousands. But there was always an inner circle of 12 men, handpicked by Jesus. That number, 12, was no accident. There was a specific purpose behind it. Talking about his second coming, Jesus said, "Truly I tell you, at the renewal of all things, when the Son of Man sits on his glorious throne, you who have followed me will also sit on 12 thrones, judging the 12 tribes of Israel. These words demonstrate just how important the sacred number 12 is. How could 11 or 13 apostles judge 12 tribes? The disciples themselves understood the significance of this number.
Oh wait. So look right there. That's the link, y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and pull up this presentation from last night over on the House of Consciousness dealing with Sinetta now. But that's that link to that documentary. I suggest you watch it. It's very, very informative. And like anything else, chew the fruit and spit them seeds up. You dig? All right, here. Let's go into this. Let's pull this up. Let's pull this up. Let's see what's going on. Let's see what's going on. Go Sinetta right there. All right. Fast forward a little bit. Let's get right to it, so y'all can see what's going on. Documentary is cool and all that. You did, but let's get right to it, so we ain't even got to play no games. So you can see what we saying. And notice these cats ain't even challenge, like they can't even challenge none of this. That boy YAH'K said, what that boy say? You can't use that as doctrine. You can't use Acts chapter 1 as a doctrine. That's just something they did. But I couldn't even believe he had the nerve. I kind of figured he was gonna get on there, because I told him, boy, we been had a bird trap set for you. Old school bird trap for the big niggas. Hey, look at this, man. Let's get into this. Easy work, man.
His teachings hostile toward the original apostles. Now, how do you become?
Look, and so I ain't want to. I had already talked to several people, and they like, look, bro, just bring the information raw and uncut. You ain't got to cuss nobody out. So if y'all notice, I wasn't even on Bernie Mac time. Everybody wasn't an MFer. You dig? But y'all, what I noticed, it don't even matter. The way I come off, the way I turn up, they still offended in the chat. Oh, he's yelling, he's screaming. Like, what the hell is y'all on, man? Like, you know what I mean? Because if a bro comes soft and well reserved, you're gonna laugh at it. So you gotta bomb it. What you mean? That's the only way I'm gonna get your attention. Now you know I ain't playing with you. You see? So they was offended out the gate based off me coming with passion and authority and all that. They rather control you and be on some dry eye. That's why YAH'K jumped on there. Brother, I was just trying to talk, bro. Zip that up. I know you. You ain't finna smooth talk me and then get you a jab off and get off this line. No. You dig? If you want decorum, wait till we debate then. If we gonna have some type of debate, we can flex decorum then. Till then, it's war outside. You know what I mean? They offended. Side wasn't, but people in the chat offended, man. It was crazy. Watch this.
I'm an apostle. I'm in McCarthy. You should know this. Acts chapter 1, 21 through 26. Wherefore these men which have come.
Let me bag up. So I'll show y'all why I jumped on Amon McCarthy for a reason. You dig? And the reason I did is because he was the first one to stick his head out. You know what I mean? You see what he said right there? He said, Amon McCarthy, whatever that BSRRT, it says, peace, peace, Malaki, tread lightly. So he's telling me to tread lightly. You understand? Like, we outside. We gonna defend that, so you better be careful. Yeah, Ty, like, this boy don't know. This boy don't have a clue who he talking to. You dig? So I made it about him. I'm about to drive you. I'm about to make you look like a mental midget in front of everybody for opening up your mouth. So that's why. If y'all see at the bottom of the screen, you know what I mean? He fired off first. So let's get on up here so we can see. All right.
To the Negro ISUPK that claim that he sits in Peter's seat.
And Rob McCarthy, you better tune in, brother. Thank you for the continuing donations, brother.
I'm Rob McCarthy. Hey, we call you to the flow too, because you defend this nigga. You defend Paul. Everybody that defend Paul, they can hear my voice tonight. All y'all being put on notice.
Hey, let me remind you, brother. There's no profanity and none of that.
No doubt. No doubt. No doubt. Yeah, I ain't gonna blow. But I ain't, you know what I mean? But I ain't gonna, you know. Now we gonna keep it raw and uncut, all right? But everybody that can hear my voice, from Black Jesus Minister to the Negro that calls himself the Holy Ghost TV, to the Negro that calls himself Father Satan, to the Negro ISUPK that claim that he sits in Peter's seat. Everyone hearing my voice that stand on Paul right now, I'm calling you to the flow. I'm calling you to the flow. And y'all got to refute these scriptures. You got to refute them and say, really, Malachi, that really don't mean that. Let me show you what that means. All right, so let's rock. Let's rock. Stop. I don't know if you want to make that screen full screen or just drop me in there or however you want to do it, but I'm about to blow it up a little bit so everybody can see. And yeah, we ain't finna play with you. All right, was Saul / Paul of Tarsus a false apostle? Or his teachings hostile toward the original apostle? Now, how do you become an apostle? I'm in Rob McCarthy. You should know this. Acts chapter 1, 21 through 26. Wherefore these men which have companied with us all the time that the master Yahshua went in and out among us.
I made that boy Amin Ra McCarthy famous last night. Niggas probably went to bed saying Amin Ra McCarthy. I make you famous, boy. Now everybody about to look at you and see, oh, this guy's a hog-eating pastor, man. He started trying to preach a sermon at the end. I'm like, man, look, get off the line, bro. You ain't even nowhere near ready.
Beginning from the baptism of John, YAH'KI, unto that same day that he was taken up from us, must one be ordained. Must one be ordained to be a witness with us of his resurrection. So this is the ordination. This is how you choose an apostle.
Notice it says must. The word must is there, y'all. Must one be ordained. So who in the hell today telling you they're ordained apostles? This is the whole process right here. And that boy Tazoyak had the nerve to get on there and said, that's just something they did. Boy, what the hell is wrong with you? This ain't just something they did. Something you do is making body butters for WAC 100. That's just something you do. This ain't just something they just lick their finger and guess which way the wind blow. This was a whole prerequisite. This was a whole ordination ritual. Right? This is what it is. He's talking about this is something they did. No. What you do is make body butter for WAC 100. That's what you do. You dig? This ain't something that they just was doing. What is wrong with this cat, man? I'm telling you, I don't get these cats, man. But Acts chapter 1, verse 21 through 26, y'all, that is the requirements. There are requirements to being an apostle. You can't just pop up and say you an apostle because you went to seminary school and Jimmy Swaggart then licked his finger and put it on your forehead and anointed you, claiming you an apostle. No, I don't work like that. None of these men are apostles. Geno Jennings, the Negro apostle. I hope he cool. We ain't heard from apostle in a minute. You know what I mean? Any of these apostles of GM, and none of these niggas is apostles. None of them. There are no apostles after the original 12. That's just what it is. These are the requirements to being an apostle. And if you don't fit the requirements, then guess what? You just not no apostle. Go be something else, Saul. So if anybody asks y'all what's the requirements of being an apostle, go to Acts chapter 1, verse 21 through 26. They're going to give you the whole rundown. And whoever don't fit that, because remember they said must one be ordained. Whoever don't fit that is just not an apostle. Go be somebody else. You dig? You running around here thinking because you listen to Kenneth Copeland your whole damn life, huh? And read the Bible and got filled with the baptism of the Holy Spirit, you feel you an apostle now. Madness.
according to the Bible, not according to your feelings, not according to your vision. This is the ordination process. This is how they choose an apostle. Look at this. Look at this. And they appointed two, Joseph called Barsabas, who was surnamed Justice, and Mattathias. And they prayed. So they got spiritual with it. Rob McCarthy. And they prayed and said, Thou, Lord, which knowest the hearts of all men, show whether of these two thou hast chosen. So they got spiritual and prayed about it, went through an ordination.
Hey, Dreadful Cosby, you know who Jimmy Swaggart is. Hey, man, my grandmama never used to listen to this cat, man. I used to hate listening to this dude, man. Jimmy Swaggart. Yep, and Kenneth Copeland. Man, come on, Bronze. No, if anybody know about them good old, apostolics, and holla at your boy Bronze Yo report, man. Bronze know about the apostolics and the apostolic succession and all this extra madness these cats is talking about. Yeah, y'all, this right here show, and that's what I was telling Saad last night. I'm about to show you how you can defend this. It's real simple. This right here ends any type of debate or any discussion we having. Paul don't fit that. Do Paul fit that? No, we ain't got nothing else to talk about. He ain't no apostle then. Must one be ordained? Look at this.
Ritual and ask the creator, say, hey, you choose who you chose. Look at this, verse 25, that he may take part of this ministry. What ministry? The ministry that Yahshua left him. This ministry. And what? Apostleship. Must one be ordained? This ministry and apostleship, from which Judas by transgression failed, that he might go to his own place. And they gave forth their lots, and the lot fell on Mattathias, and he was numbered with the 11 apostles. Apostleship, no excuses. Rob McCarthy. Pay attention. Number one, had to be a day one. How you an apostle, but you wasn't a day one with Yahshua? Had to be around and witness the Messiah coming in and going out amongst the other apostles. Had to witness the Messiah's baptism. Point 3, had to witness the Messiah's ascension. That's what we just read in Acts chapter 1, 21 through 26. In order for you to be an apostle, you had to be there. You had to witness him going in and out amongst the brethren. You had to witness his immersion, and you had to witness his ascension. Hey, if the shoe don't fit, you just not no apostle. Look at this. These are the requirements for all apostles. Saul/Paul or anyone claiming to be an apostle outside of these requirements is false before the Creator. Ordination ritual 1. Joseph and Mattathias were selected by the apostles. So obviously they were around to be witnesses. Point 2. The apostles prayed and didn't cast lots. Point 3. The lot fell on Mattathias. He becomes the...
Look, Si over there on the phone, boy, fire in the hole. Si had to get on the phone. Yeah, I know your phone was blowing up. That cats thought they had something until I kept going. And as I kept going, all that milly mouthing and side jawing, all that gum bumping, guess what happened? It starts falling down more and more. And the only one left sounding like a scolded dog, or the only one left sounding like a scorned woman who just got left was Nipple. That's it. Well, everybody else in there was like, damn, that's crazy. Yeah, even Reggie got on there and got agreed. That's crazy.
12th apostle. This was, pay close attention, Rob McCarthy. This was the ordination process an apostle had to go through. Saul's whole claim to being an apostle is solely based on his revelation and not on the above requirements. Look at this. Saul is Paul. He claims to be an apostle, but it's all based off his revelation, his vision, and not based off what we just read in Acts chapter 1, verse 21 through 26. It's already over, but I know you need more. Let's keep going. Galatians 1, 11 through 12. Saul or Paul, look at this, defends his ministry. But I certify you, this is Paul, but I certify you, brethren, that the gospel which was preached of me is not after man. Point. Verse 12. For I neither received it of man, neither was I taught it, but by the revelation of Jesus Christ. Look at this. According to Saul or Paul of Tarsus, the following is true. The gospel he preaches doesn't come after mortal men. Point 2. He didn't receive his gospel from mortal men. Point 3. Nor was he taught what he preaches by mortal men. Admitting this is what Paul is admitting. Admitting this means he wasn't taught by the apostles of the Messiah, nor the earthly Yahshua before he was murdered. Sit down somewhere. Look at it. Saul's whole claim to being an apostle was based on his revelation that he experienced on the famous road to Damascus. A self-proclaimed apostle with 3 different conversion stories. Acts chapter 9, 1, verses 3 through 5, and then 7. Look at this. And as he journeyed, he came near Damascus. And suddenly there shined around about him a light from heaven. And he fell to the earth and heard a voice saying unto him, Saul, Saul, why persecutest thou me? And the men which journeyed with him stood speechless, hearing a voice, but seeing no man. According to this conversion account about Saul of Tarsus, the following is true. Acts the 9th chapter. A light from heaven surrounded Saul. Saul fell to the earth and heard the voice of Jesus. The men with him didn't fall. The men with him heard the voice of Jesus, but didn't see Jesus. It's Acts chapter 9. Let's go up here. Acts 22.
If y'all notice, YAH'K or Amin-Ra McCarthy, y'all couldn't even rebut that. Not one time did they go into Acts chapter 9, Acts 22, and Acts 26 and make Paul's, the 3 different versions of Paul's conversion account. Not one time did they try to make that match. Not one time. Not one time. You feel me? How do you skip around it as if that ain't something you got to address, bro? That's his whole claim to being an apostle, and it got holes in it. You know that they never addressed that. Amin-Ra McCarthy tried to go to finish up Acts chapter 9 and God, and he was with the people of Christ. Oh, this extra, like he's about to start patting his forehead with the handkerchief in his pocket. No, Amin-Ra McCarthy. You reading Acts chapter 9 that don't match with Acts 22, that don't match with Acts 26. You still reading a version of his conversion, brother. You understand? That don't even agree with each other. And my whole premise last night was to show Paul was an op before and after. Before and after. Notice they didn't even address the fact, Paul, what he thought about circumcision was that you should remove your love muscle and your testes. Galatians 5 and 12. You see, YAH'K couldn't even deal with that. Nigga, he's saying castrate yourself. Oh, Paul was just talking about people that's not circumcised on the 8th day could come to Christ. Nigga, that ain't what he talking about. That ain't even what he talking about. Well, you know, Paul went to Israelites. Man, the disciples was already out amongst the Gentiles teaching before Paul even skipped his monkey ass around her. Like, y'all really don't know. They don't know what they looking at. You feel me? And that shows you indoctrination is dangerous, man. When indoctrination overrides common sense, man, we are in a bad shape as a people. When the indoctrination overrides your common sense, the voice of the creator, that's what common sense is. It's just the voice of your creator that's been dealing with you since before you can remember, that has never been wrong for you. Huh? You mean to tell me indoctrination overrides the voice of Jaja? We've learned to block out the creator's voice and accept the understanding and doctrine of men, thus blocking the light, the real light. Watch this, man. Easy work, man. This wasn't even hard. And the best you got to hop on her, everybody else was like, hell no, it's fire in the hole. Only one who hop on her is the YAH'K looking like he about half dead. He don't know what he talking about. And Amin-Ra McCarthy. Let me find his little. Hold on. Matter of fact, I'm about to find him preaching so we can laugh at this cat. Hold on.
Goes back over his conversion. Look at this. And it came to pass that as I made my journey and was come near into Damascus about noon, suddenly there shone from heaven a great light round about me. And I fell into the ground and heard a voice saying unto me, Saul, Saul, why persecutest thou me? And they that were with me saw indeed the light and were afraid, but they heard not the voice of him that spake to me. According to this conversion account about Saul/Paul of Tarsus, the following is true. A great light from heaven surrounded Saul. The men with him saw that light. Saul falls to the ground. Saul heard the voice of Jesus. The men with Saul didn't hear the voice of Jesus. Hold on. What's really going on here? Look at this. Acts 26, 12 through 15. At midday, O king, I saw on the way a light from heaven above the brightness of the sun, shining round about me and them which journeyed with me. And when we all were fallen to the earth, I heard a voice speaking unto me, saying in the Hebrew tongue, Saul, Saul, why persecutest thou me? It is hard for thee to kick against the pricks. And I said, who art thou, Lord? And he said, I am Jesus whom thou persecutest. According to this conversion account about Saul of Tarsus, the following is true. Acts 26. A light from heaven surrounded Saul and those with him. They all fell to the earth. As anyone can see, these three revelation or conversion accounts contradict each other. Now, why is this important? Remember what Saul of Tarsus said earlier. His apostleship and the gospel he preaches is solely and wholly based on his revelation. If his conversion account, if his revelation account has holes in it, then we must naturally question his authority or what? His apostleship. I'm in Raw McCarthy. Let's take a closer look. I'm in Raw McCarthy. Look at this. And the men which journeyed with him stood speechless, hearing a voice, but seeing no man. Acts 9 and 7. And they that were with me saw indeed the light and were afraid, but they heard not the voice of him that spake to me. Right here in Acts 9, they heard a voice. Acts 22, they didn't hear the voice. So did they hear it or didn't they not hear it? Look at this. And when we were all fallen to the earth, I heard a voice speaking unto me and saying in the Hebrew tongue, Saul, Saul, why persecutest thou me? It is hard for thee to kick against the pricks. Acts 26 and 14. Saul openly defends his ministry and boldly declares the gospel he preaches wasn't given to him by a mortal man, but by a revelation from Jesus Christ. Again, the only mortal men who could challenge Saul's authority as an apostle on a level to where Saul had to respond would be who? The true apostles, y'all. We already read what it takes to be an apostle. You had to be a day one. Saul wasn't that. Saul never even met the earthly Yahshua. He out here on his revelation, on his vision. You had to be a day one to be an apostle. You can go be something else, but you're not an apostle, though. Look at this. 1 Corinthians 9, 1 through 5. Look at Paul defending. Why he got to defend his apostleship if he's solid with the real ones? Am I not an apostle? That's a question he's asking to the church in Corinth. Am I not an apostle? No, you're not. Am I not free? Have I not seen Jesus Christ our Lord? Or not you my work in the Lord? So look at this. He admits, this is Paul. He admits his authority as an apostle was being questioned. And that the church at Corinth is his work, or as he puts it, my work. Look at this. Verse 2. If I be not an apostle unto others, Look at Paul. If I be not an apostle unto others, yet doubt.
So Paul knew the apostles wasn't feeling them. He knew it. He's saying, oh, if or since I'm not an apostle unto others, you're not an apostle to who? Think about it. Who has the right to challenge you on being an apostle if it's not the real apostles? Right? We ain't talking about deacons. That's what I was trying to get them to see last night. We're not talking about deacons. We're not talking about bishops. We ain't talking about presbyters or whatever the hell y'all talking about. It's real specific. Apostle. Apostle. What does it take to be an apostle? Acts 1, 21 through 26. What's Paul? Did Paul go through that ordination ritual? No. Okay, but he still claims to be an apostle. Why? Oh, because he said he met Jesus on the road to Damascus on his way to go kill some niggas. Oh, okay. What's his story about? where I can read about this conversion story. Acts chapter 9, Acts chapter 22, and Acts 26. Do they add up? Or does it have holes in it? Oh, they got holes in it. Then, hey, we naturally got to look at you with a jaundiced eye. Your whole claim to being an apostle is based off of your vision that you can't seem to get right. And trip off this, y'all, you got cats ready to go to the grave defending him. And trust me, I know. I don't know nobody who ever done defended Paul better than me. That's before I knew all this. And I've been read through this thousands of times. It never dawned on me. Hold on, who is he talking about? Who he got a problem with after his conversion? Who? Dang, why they want to kill this nigga? Like, what the hell done happened? Look at this.
This I am to you. For the seal of mine apostleship are ye in the Lord. He admits that he is not an apostle unto who? Quote unquote others.
There it is right there. If I be not an apostle unto others. So he's admitting it. See what made what we did last night so dangerous, y'all. We let his own words. We showed the world Paul's own words. It'd have been different if I just came out and showed all the sources that I was throwing in there and never showed what he was saying. No, I got to bag you on down. 1 Corinthians 10 and 25, Paul say, eat whatever the fuck you want to eat, nigga. Don't matter, eat it. Earth is the Lord's. Says, all y'all wasn't listening. Show me one thing that Paul taught different. Boy, I just showed you, and since you wasn't listening, I'm going to tell you on the fly. Abstaining from meats offered to idols is not the same thing as eat whatever the hell you want to eat when you go to the grocery store. It's not the same thing. You out of your league. What you think you got, you don't got. And then he trying to go explain Romans and 14. Paul saying the niggas that eat herbs are weak. Weak. That's what you're not seeing. Who is he to say that the brothers that eat herbs are weak in faith? And it just so happened that the brothers that's leading the messianic movement, all them don't eat flesh. What the hell is up with that? So who is he calling weak? Who he dissing? And you just say some random cat that's commanding to abstain from meats. No, you was already told to abstain from meats by the leader of the messianic movement, who just so happened to be Yahshua's biological brother. Paul didn't like that. Paul was an enemy before and after. You can't get around it. Watch this.
And that the church of Corinth is the proof or seal of his apostleship. So, not the requirements and ordination ritual for being an apostle mentioned above. Paul says his proof that being an apostle is the church of Corinth. That's all the proof he needs. Not what's required of the apostles in Acts chapter 1, verse 21 through 26. All he needs is the assembly in Corinth. But notice, he admits that others don't feel that he's an apostle. Now, why not? Look at this, verse 3. My answer to them that do examine me is this. So Paul is admitting, he admits there is a group of men that are casting judgment on his supposed authority. See, this ain't even hard side now. Just look at it. Look at this, verse 4. Paul again. Have we not power to eat and to drink? Obviously, there is a certain level of authority an apostle has. If Saul's apostleship is being questioned, then so is his authority. Look at this, verse 5. Have we not power? Have we not power to lead about a sister, a wife, as well as other apostles? And as the brethren of the master and Cephas. He admits to the existence of the true apostles and include the brothers of Yahshua amongst them as well as Cephas. Let's read the Amplified Bible, 1 Corinthians 9 and 3. This is my defense. This is what Paul is saying. This is my defense to those who would put me on trial and interrogate me concerning my authority as an apostle. There it is, y'all. The real apostles were not feeling Paul. Paul wasn't no real apostle. And he's admitting through his letters that he was being put on trial, that he was being interrogated. You understand that the real ones wasn't rocking with him because he didn't come the way he was supposed to come. Look at this. Aramaic Bible in plain English. Look at this. 1 Corinthians 9 and 5. And why is it illegal for us to travel with a sister/wife as other apostles and as the brothers of our Lord, talking about the Messiah, and as Kepha? 1 Corinthians 9 and 5. Galatians 1, 1 through 2. Paul again. Paul, an apostle. Look at this. Not of men, neither by man. So he's admitting I'm not an apostle based off the apostles in Jerusalem. Because those are the men that are the apostles when Paul is writing his letters. That's what I'm trying to get y'all to see. The men that are the apostles when Paul are writing his letters are the ones that are in Jerusalem that roll with Yahshua. Those are the apostles. All right. So Timothy is not an apostle. Paul is not an apostle. Silvanus is not an apostle. Huh? Everybody you read about is not an apostle. You can be a disciple, a student. You know what I mean? You can fall up under some other category, but you're not an apostle. Paul, an apostle, not of men, neither by man, but by Jesus Christ and God the Father, who raised him from the dead. Look at this. And all the brethren which are with me. See? Paul had his own movement going on that was outside of James the Just, the biological brother of Yahshua HaMashiach, who was the leader of the whole Nazarene movement, headquartered out of Jerusalem. Yeah. Paul was doing his own thing. Look at this. And all the brethren which are with me into the churches of Galatia. Verse 1 is yet another example of Saul declaring to be an apostle, but not of men or a man. The only men who had the power and authority to challenge Saul concerning the Messiah are the true apostles. Point 2. Notice Paul makes it clear he's talking about a specific group of people that are with him, as opposed to whom he's about to go in about. Notice Saul goes to the extent of cursing. Look at this. Look at this, Sadnetta. Notice Saul goes to the extent of cursing and condemning anyone who taught another or a different gospel than his. Look at this. The word gospel proves he's not addressing the biblical Sadducees and Pharisees. Notice how much he's about to use the term. Galatians 1. Paul again. Amen-Ra McCarthy. Galatians 1, 6 through 11. I marvel that you are so soon removed from him that calls you into the grace of Christ unto another gospel. Hold on. Even though he says another, he still admits that what is being taught is still a gospel or messianic. It's just different than his gospel. That's why he calls it another gospel. You see? Look at this. Verse 7. Which is not another, but there are some that trouble you and will pervert the gospel of Christ. Look at it. Saul admits this other gospel is troubling the church of Galatia and is a perversion from his doctrine called the gospel of Christ. Look at it. Verse 8. But though we or an angel from heaven preach any other gospel unto you than that which we, Paul and his crew, which we have preached unto you, let him be accursed. Paul just damned him, condemned him. Paul just said, if you preach a different gospel than what me and my crew preaching, you're condemned. You're cursed. If it's a man or if it's an angel, if they preach a different gospel than what we delivered to the church of Galatia, he's damned. He's cursed.
Man, Paul, man, he's saying if you teach something different, you're damned. You're cursed. So Paul would agree with the ISUPK verse IUIC. You know what I mean? He would agree with that. But he like, if you're teaching something different than what we, and when he say we, he's not talking about the apostles. He's talking about his crew. If they teach something different than us, another gospel. It ain't talking about just a Pharisee or a Sadducee. It's talking about a gospel. Okay? So this is some messianic stuff he's talking about. He firing shots at those who already believe or those who already out here putting in work, trying to solidify his so-called mission and prove to everybody his vision was solid. You see that? Now, why you got to go to the extreme to curse or condemn somebody that teach a different gospel than you? Who else is teaching the gospel, but it's different than Paul? Did y'all hear this boy YAH'K say that the gospel of uncircumcision and the gospel of circumcision are not two different gospels? Did y'all hear that? Paul is telling you right in Galatians, there are two different gospels. It's another gospel. They got the gospel of circumcision, and I got the gospel of uncircumcision. Well, how the fuck is that possible when they was already sent out amongst the uncircumcised. Spread the word according to the Bible. They was already doing it before Paul skipped his monkey ass around there. You see? Watch this. Easy work, man. You just gotta slow down. Slow down. Everything you know about Jeebus is based off Paul. A man that never met him. Cursed. He's condemned. According to Saul, this other gospel and anyone pushing it, including an angel, is condemned. Look at this, verse 9. As we said before, so say I now again. If any man preach any other gospel, he don't say any other Torah portion. He ain't saying no other doctrine dealing with the Sadducees or the Pharisees. He say another gospel. If any man preach any other gospel unto you than that ye have received, let him be accursed. Y'all trip off this. Any man would include the true apostles in Jerusalem. Paul is teaching a different message than the real apostles. And he going to the extent to curse them. But here you go with, no, Mally, you tripping. You reaching now, bruh. Well, hold on. We about to go in. Paul is about to name drop. Like every good snitch does, they start name dropping. Ooh, wee. They start name dropping, Sonetta. So now we ain't got to guess what we talking about. Look at this. Let's take a look into who and whom Saul of Tarsus is condemning and cursing. Because remember, he said another gospel. I'm in Rob McCarthy. Look at this. Source. A lot of y'all don't have this. All right. Anti-Nicene Christian Library. Anti means pre-Nicene Council. Okay. That's where I'm going. So we going back to the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd century real quick. All right. That's show we looking at. All right. A lot of y'all don't know that Peter wrote a letter to James. Who is James? James is the biological brother of Yahshua HaMashiach. Biological brother. He the one that was left in charge of the movement. Now look what this says right here. Look how Peter announces James. Peter to James, the Lord and Bishop, the Master and Bishop of the Holy Church, under the Father of all, through Yahshua HaMashiach, which is peace always. See, so Peter is admitting that James is the bishop and leader of the Messianic movement after Yahshua left. And this is pre-Nicene. This is pre-Nicene. You see that? Look how Clement writes a letter to James. Same literature. Look how Clement announces and respects James. It wasn't Paul. It was James. Look at this. Clement to James, the Lord or Master and the Bishop of bishops who rules Jerusalem, the holy church of the Hebrews, the holy camp of the Hebrews, and the camps everywhere, excellently founded by the providence of God with the elders and deacons and the rest of the brethren, peace be always. Oh, okay. So these are the apostles. James is the chief apostle. So when he talk about another gospel and he start talking about these different apostles, and I'm an apostle too, ain't I? Well, if I ain't an apostle to them, I'm an apostle to you. Look at this right here. Write this stuff down, Sonetta. The Nazarene Acts of the Apostles. Salute to the Nazarenes and the Saints, the Nazarites, the Nazirites, the real ones. The real ones. All right? Not none of you goofies. Look at this. The Nazarene Acts of the Apostles, or the recognitions of Clement. All right? Look at this right here. Look what Peter taught concerning. Look what Peter taught concerning false apostles. Show y'all this, man, so you can understand. All right, we zoom in right here. Here we go. All right, this is the bottom of that page right there. All right, become sourced up. So that if anybody hop on here talking about I ain't show no sources, you know what I mean? You know they a lie and they breath stink. Y'all know I had to jab him up real quick because I knew them cats was going to try to jump out there and claim that I ain't pulling no sources. No, we going to get in front of that real quick. We going to get in front of that real quick. They lying and they breath. They got halitosis. They lying and they breath stink. Wait.
Kick them off the panel. Anybody jump over here talking about I ain't pulling no sources is a liar. All right, I'm gonna spend the majority of my time in the Bible. Look at this. This is what Peter, first century, this is what he's saying. Therefore, our master, talking about Yahshua, confirming the worship of one Yahweh, answered him. It is written, you will worship Yahweh, and him only will you serve. And he, speaking of the devil, terrified by this answer, and fearing lest the true obedience of the one Yahweh, shout out to the Creator gang, man. We the only ones talking about the Creator, the true Creator, should be restored, hasten straightway to send forth into this world false prophets. That's what a Navim is. Or Nabim, false prophets, false apostles, shlikim, and false morim, teachers, who should speak indeed in the name of Mashiach or Messiah, but should accomplish the will of the demon. So Kepha or Peter is saying that after Yahshua had that encounter with Satan, that Satan went straight forward because he feared that the true service and true worship of the true Creator was about to be instilled back into the earth. Satan went forward and sent out false apostles and false teachers and false prophets that would speak in the name of Mashiach, but would really be under the inspiration of a devil. Huh? How you know that ain't old lawless Saulus? Look at this. False apostles. This is how you know. This is the rubric. Look at this. So observe the greatest caution that you believe no teacher. That you believe no teacher unless he bring from Jerusalem the testimonial of who? Yaakov or James, Yahshua or Jesus's brother. Bag drop, boy. Peter say that you ain't supposed to believe nobody.
See, so they had a whole order and a doctrine of reserve. Peter just said, look, if they wasn't stamped valid by James, don't receive none of them. Don't even receive them. You did. So James gave Paul a command on what to teach. Paul didn't teach that. That's what I was showing to Zoryak last night. Paul did not teach what James told him to teach. Right? And if that's the case, then he ain't to be received then. Easy word.
They got to go get stamped valid by Yahshua's biological brother first. And they got to teach what he say. Or you ain't to receive nor believe nobody running around here self-proclaiming and self-ordaining themselves. If they don't bring from Jerusalem the testimonial of James, Yahshua's brother, or of whosoever may come after him, for no one, unless he has gone up there, and there has been approved as a fit and faithful teacher for preaching the word of Mashiach. Unless I say he brings a testimonial from there or thence, is by any means to be received. He say if he ain't teaching, if he ain't stamped valid by James and teaching what James told him to teach, you ain't to receive him because he false. So now the question is, did Paul teach what James told him to teach when he went to Jerusalem? Or did he do his own thing? I'm in Rob McCarthy. Look at this. But let neither prophet nor apostle, Navi or Shliach, be looked for you or look for by you at this time besides us. You see what Peter say? Don't be looking for a prophet or an apostle other than the ones Yahshua rock with. If Yahshua ain't rock with him, and if James ain't stamping valid, he supposed to be looked at with a jaundiced eyesight, Netta. He supposed to be looked at as a fraud. Look at this. But let neither prophet nor apostle be looked for by you at this time besides us, the real apostles. But there is one Navi Emet, prophet of truth, whose words we 12 apostles preach. That don't include Paul. Remember, Paul said if you teach other than him, you're condemned. Is Paul damning the real apostles? Look at this. For he is the accepted year of Yahweh, having us apostles as his 12 months. So he's saying that Messiah represents the year, and each month of the year represents the one of the 12 apostles, which don't include Paul. Look at this. Look at this. Peter writes to James again, for according to the rule delivered to them, they endeavor to correct the discordances of the scriptures. If anyone happily not knowing the tradition, see, Peter is admitting that the scriptures have contradictions in them. They endeavor to correct the discordances of the scriptures. If anyone happily not knowing the traditions is confounded at the various utterances of the prophets, wherefore they charge no one to teach. No one can teach this message or in this movement unless he has first learned how the scriptures must be used. And thus they have amongst them one God, one law, one hope. Misrepresentation of Peter's doctrine. Look at this. In order, therefore, that the like may also happen to those among us, as to these 70, give the books of my preaching to our brethren with the like mystery of initiation. This is what Peter is writing to James about. He say, look, we can't be giving this preaching or these teachings out to whoever, because there's somebody out here misrepresenting what I'm teaching. James sent Peter out to teach, you know what I mean? And somebody was coming behind Peter teaching opposite. I wonder who that is. Look at this. It says, with the like mystery of initiation, that they may indoctrinate. Look at this. That they may indoctrinate those who wish to take part in the teaching. For if it be not so done, if they don't get initiated properly, if it be not so done, our word of truth will be torn into many opinions. And this I know, not as being a prophet, but as already seeing the beginning of this very evil. For some from among the Gentiles, have rejected my legal preaching, attaching themselves, look at this, attaching themselves to certain lawless and trifling preaching of the man who is my enemy. Now, who among the Gentiles was teaching opposite of Peter and them? Peter just called him, that man is my enemy. Look at this. And these things some have attempted while I am still alive, to transform my words by certain various interpretations in order to the dissolution of the Torah, as though I also myself were of such a mind, but did not freely proclaim it, which God forbid. So he's saying that somebody out there among the Gentiles claiming they represent Messiah, but misrepresenting Peter's so-called teaching and what he teaching. Now look at this. As we see, the Nazarene apostles had a doctrine of reserve that every teacher in the movement had to be initiated into. 6 years of training under a true apostle, eventual circumcision, if not already done, and it is sealed with baptism or immersion. That's you being initiated into the Messianic movement of the first century. Look at this. Does Saul of Tarsus meet the requirements of being an apostle? No. Did Saul of Tarsus go through any ordination process to become an ordained apostle? No. Did Saul of Tarsus go through the Nazarene initiation process and trial to become a certified teacher? No, he didn't. Look at this. Galatians 1:17 through 21. I'm in Rob McCarthy. Look at this. Neither.
Let's go look at your boy, man. Let's go look at Amin Raw and watch him get in passer mode real quick. I'm in the Rob McCarthy. You know I got receipts, boy. Let's check out I'm in the Rob McCarthy. Boy, you should have never stuck your head out that hole, boy. Now you on our radar. You should have never stuck your head out that hole, boy. You was better off being quiet and sitting down somewhere. Let's laugh at this cat, man.
Watch God provide.
Okay, sister, that's what, girl. Get your sing on, girl. Now that boy is Roman Catholic up, boy. Well, he got all the insignias, Bronze. Bronze, I know you know what them all them insignias.
God, all of your needs, amen. all of your needs and some of your wants, he will provide. Remember, I hear people say, you know, I can't be in church right now because I won't be able to do what I want to do no more. But if you just let God provide, he'll change your want tos. And you'll start wanting to serve God and wanting to serve Christ.
He was getting in preacher mode last night, man. You dig? I don't know if he's Kojic, Church of God in Christ, or whatever he talking about, man, but he was getting in preacher mode last night. This mode right here. That boy Catholic clergy to the core. I think he got on a priest collar. That boy's a Catholic. Crazy.
Leave that old man, that old woman behind, amen? Just be still and watch God provide. Amen.
This is what Rome allowed to survive. Rabbinical Judaism and Paul's version of what they call Christianity or the Messianic movement. Rome allowed that to survive. You know what I mean? The bros that was united, they was locked in with Torah from their perspective, and they was Messianic. Those were the quote-unquote Christians that the Romans were persecuting. They weren't persecuting the so-called Christians that paid taxes and you know what I mean, turned the other cheek and was cool with Caesar and them and didn't mind a naked statue of Caesar sitting in their temple. And them wasn't getting persecuted. They did the ones that was at war with were the ones that was persecuted. That's who they was feeding the lions. That's who they was persecuting and beating down and crucifying. It wasn't none of these milquetoast heathens from the northern ice caps. It wasn't just your good along, you know, Wally Cleaver. Leave it to Beaver, and then it wasn't none of that. The ones that were being persecuted were the ones who was causing all that problem for them. And again, a quote-unquote Jew that pay his taxes, love Caesar, and don't mind looking at Caesar's statue is not nobody they concerned with killing. So Amon-Ra McCarthy is a full-fledged pastor dealing with the beast. He's a Christian. Christianity is one of the beasts. One of the four heads of the beast is Christianity. You dig? And it's real passive and dry and soft and nah, man. Man, that should put you to sleep, man. Playing all them. Man, I used to be in church, fall asleep. Like, why I gotta play that dead music before this cat get to talking, man?
The sermon title today is entitled, Salvation is Biblical, Not Ritual. Therefore, don't let your traditions write a check that your soul can't cash.
That boy say, don't let your condition write a check your soul can't cash. Don't let your traditions write a check your soul can't cash. Man, you so deep, brother. Ooh.
It's biblical. Amen? It's not ritual. It's not traditional.
And then, you know, they all talking like, amen? Let me get an amen, saints. Praise the Lord. This the cat that stuck his head out the cubby hole yesterday. That's why I kept saying Amon-Ra McCarthy, because he had the nerve to tell me tread lightly. It did. Like he ain't, you know what I mean? Like he ain't in sippy cup mode. Boy, you was on sippy cup. You ain't nowhere near no threat to nothing.
So don't let your traditions write a check that your soul can't cash. So what is a tradition? A tradition is the transmission of customs or beliefs from generation to generation, or the fact of something being passed down in its way.
All right, that's enough Amon-Ra McCarthy. I just wanted to show everybody who you was. You know what I mean? That's enough of you. Let's get back to it.
went I up to Jerusalem to them which were apostles before me. He said when he woke up, he ain't go up to Jerusalem. Paul ain't check in with the apostles. What he teaches is different. He teaches a different gospel. It's just one problem. He already said whoever teaches a different gospel than me is damned. Whoever teaching a different message of the messianic movement different than me is accursed. Y'all the only ones teaching it with the authority to where Paul would have to answer are the real apostles. That's what you're not seeing. He's in total opposite order of what's going on in Jerusalem. But see, the ones in Jerusalem were ordained by Yahshua himself. Look at this. Neither went I up to Jerusalem to them which were apostles before me. So he knows this. He know he's supposed to go check in. But I went into Arabia. Look at him. He over in Yemen somewhere. Saudi Arabia, Mecca, and returned again unto Damascus. So his gospel, listen, y'all, Paul's gospel or his message doesn't come from Jerusalem or from the apostles. Arabia, Damascus. Look at this. Then after 3 years, I went up to Jerusalem to see Peter and abode with him 15 days. Peter is an apostle, okay? 19. But other of the apostles saw I none, save James, the master's brother. Oh, so according to Paul, James is the apostle. And he's an apostle and he's whose brother? Yahshua's brother, Yahshua's biological brother. All camps, all congregations who claim they in the Messiah, understand? And y'all are sympathetic toward Paul, all y'all in violation. All y'all in violation. Paul was an op before and after his conversion. He was an op, meaning he was in opposition. Paul's an enemy. And why? And look, the beautiful part about all this is he told you himself. He wrote it all down for you to look at. Look at this. So he admits, Saul admits James is an apostle and brother of Yahshua. Now the things, look at this. Now the things which I write unto you, behold, before God, I lie not. You got to believe me, I ain't lying. All right? Now look at him. 2 Corinthians, I'm in Rob McCarthy. 2 Corinthians 11, 4 through 5. And then verses 12 through 15, headshot. Now who is Paul talking about? For such are false apostles. Who he calling false? Remember, ain't no other apostles but the 12 apostles. So who is he calling false apostles? He ain't saying false deacons, false bishops, y'all. He ain't saying false any of the other titles you can hold. He's saying false apostles. Who he talking about? Yeah, that part. For such are false apostles, deceitful workers, transforming themselves into the apostles of Christ. Saul of Tarsus of Paul, 2 Corinthians 11 and 13. See, without you understanding that there's a requirement and an ordination ritual in order for you to be an apostle. Without you knowing that, you thinking anybody can be an apostle. You dig? There's a Negro today that calls himself an apostle that usually come on Sonetta TV. You understand? There's elders of GMS that call themselves apostles. Geno Jennings calls himself an apostle. Ain't now one of y'all apostles according to the Bible y'all holding on to. None of you. 2 Corinthians 11, 4 and 5, 12 and 15. For if he that cometh preacheth another Jesus, whom we have not preached, or if you receive another spirit, which ye have not received, or another gospel, which you have not accepted, you might well bear with him. Saul admits there is another Jesus with another spirit attached to another gospel, which is different from his. So this is messianic beef. Ain't that new? See, now you have to decide which side of the aisle you fall on. You check in, it's talking about they messianic. You talking about you sect of the Nazarenes and all that. Which side of the aisle? You rocking with this nigga? You rocking with Yahshua brothers in them? His family. Where you at with it? So Paul is admitting he teaches a different Jesus. It's a whole different spirit. and it's another gospel attached to it, which is different than his. Look at this, verse 5. For I suppose I was not a whit behind the very chiefest apostles. Most of us read that and don't even know what the hell that means. What is Paul saying right there? For I suppose I was not a whit behind the very chiefest apostles. And remember, the apostles are the 12 in Jerusalem. Saul throws them under the bus and calls them super apostles. That's what the chiefest apostles. He's being sarcastic, y'all. Saul throws them under the bus and calls them super apostles and says he is in no way inferior to the true apostles. This also proves the apostles are the ones preaching another gospel, as Saul puts it. Saul and Wait till you see who he ran with. He Look at this. This is in God's word translation, 2 Corinthians 11:5. I don't think I'm inferior. This is what Paul is saying in 2 Corinthians 11:5, just in a different translation. Look what it says. I don't think I'm inferior in any way to your super apostles. Do that sound like somebody that's cool with James, cool with Simon, cool with Barnabas? After all, he got into it with every last one of them. Why is he coming off like?
Y'all see that? He said, I don't think I'm inferior in any way to your super apostles. Y'all, there's only one group of apostles. That's what I was trying to get them to see last night. The fact that apostles is after the word super means he's talking about them. And he's saying, I ain't inferior to them. Easy word.
Like this. Why is he defending his ministry? Why does he feel he has to throw someone else under the bus for him to be a solid nigga? What is you talking about? If you a real one, you ain't got to speak on nobody else. Real recognize real, right? If you solid, you ain't got to speak on nobody else for somebody to recognize you a real one. The hell you doing bringing up? What the hell you doing name dropping? Look what he's saying. I don't think I'm inferior in any way to your super apostles. Saul of Tarsus, 2 Corinthians 11:5. All y'all should know who he's talking about now. The only apostles are the 12 that Yahshua, that roll with Yahshua, that witnessed him coming in and going out amongst the brethren, that witnessed his immersion by his cousin, and witnessed his ascension. Hey, and if you ain't been through none of that, guess what? You ain't no apostle, Jack. It's just what it is. All you men claiming the apostle title are liars. Look at this, verse 12. Look what Paul is doing. But what I do, that I will do, that I may cut off occasion. Look at him. Look at old lawless son. That boy say he gonna win by any means necessary. But what I do, that I will do, that I may cut off occasion from them which desire occasion, that wherein they glory, they may be found even as we. Saul admits he's working to undermine the apostles. That's what we're talking about. He just called them super apostles. And he said, what he doing to cut them down. What you mean? Good News Translation, 2 Corinthians 11:12. I will go on doing. This is Paul himself. I will go on doing what I am doing now in order to keep those other apostles, look at this, those other apostles from having any reason for boasting and saying that they work in the same way that we do. Y'all, Paul is the founder of all that you talking about today. All that Western Christianity is Paul. He was doing something totally different than the boys that Yahshua ordained. And his whole claim to being an apostle was based off his vision that he can't even get right. He don't know if the people with him heard the voice of Jesus or not. He don't know if they saw the light or not. He don't know if they all fell to the ground or he just fell to the ground. He don't even know. Look at this. Look at this. Now he goes on. Look at this. For such are false apostles. Who he calling false? Because he talking about apostles. He ain't talking about deacons and bishops. He ain't talking about pastors like Pastor Bennett. He ain't talking about that crazy lunatic black Jesus minister, the Don of the conscience, Don Bishop of the conscience. He ain't talking about that. He talking about apostles. You already know what it takes to be an apostle. For such are false apostles, deceitful workers, transforming themselves into the apostles of Christ. Look at this. Saul calls the apostles pseudo. Y'all know what pseudo mean over here on this platform. Look what he called them. When he say false, the Greek word for false is pseudo. And that's another thing. He wrote everything in Koine Greek. For such are pseudo, false, deceitful apostles. Look at that. Look at that. For such are false apostles, deceitful workers, transforming themselves into the apostles of Christ. It's not talking about the elders of GMS. It's not talking about Geno Jennings. Huh? Paul is talking about the apostles in his day. And the only apostles, period. There are no more apostles. So look what he called. He called them pseudo, false, deceitful. Look at this. And no marvel, for Satan himself is transformed into an angel of light. So according to Saul, the apostles transform, and so does Satan, making the apostles in league, one accord with Satan. He didn't already cursed them out, called them damned and condemned. Now he's saying that, look, these false apostles are messengers of Satan, and they only transform into angels or messengers of light. Look at this. Therefore, it is no great thing if his ministers, look at old lawless Saulus, if his ministers also be transformed as the ministers of righteousness, whose end shall be according to their works. Saul or Paul calls these same apostles servants or ministers of Satan and pronounces their judgment. Dang, son, look at this. Galatians, I'm in Ron McCarthy. Galatians, chapter 2, that's Paul, ain't it? Galatians chapter 2, verse 1 through 7, verse 9, 11 through 14. Let's see if Paul is name dropping. So we ain't got to guess. We ain't got to lick our finger and guess who he talking about. You ain't got to guess he talking about Sinetta or Malachi Maccabee. No. No. Paul about to tell you who he got a problem with. Coming from Jerusalem. Who he just called pseudo-apostles. Deceitful and ministers of Satan. I ain't say it. These are Paul's letters. But now Millie Mouth Negro get up here and claim Mally ain't bring out no sources. Galatians 2, 1 through 7, verse 9 and 11 through 14. Then 14 years after, I went up again to Jerusalem with Barnabas and took Titus with me also. Interesting. And I went up by revelation and communicated unto them that gospel which I preach among the Gentiles, but privately to them which are of reputation. The reputation are the chief apostles, y'all. Yeah. Lest by any means I should run or had run in vain. Saul admits he preaches a different gospel. That's why he got to come explain to them. What's understood don't need to be explained. He got to come finally tap in and check in with the real ones. You claim you out here teaching the message of the Messianic movement coming out of Jerusalem, coming out of Judea. Well, you got to be in line, Jack. You standing on business or you not? So he got to come and show them what he preaches, because he preaches opposite. By this point, he already been given the orders what to preach. Look at this. So he admits he preaches a different gospel from the apostles. Why else would he have to explain it to them privately? What's understood don't need to be explained. Look at this. But neither Titus, who was with me, being a Greek, was compelled to be circumcised. Saul's gospel is anti-circumcision. Make no mistake about it. Remember that. And that because of false or pseudo brethren. Well, he called him the brother pseudo now. Remember, he's in Jerusalem amongst the apostles in a private meeting with the apostles. Explaining to them what he teaches. That's who we amongst. And then because of false brethren, unawares brought in, who came in privately to spy out our liberty, which we have in Christ Jesus, that they might bring us into bondage. Saul calls the law of circumcision bondage. Slavery. They talking about circumcision. So where does circumcision fit within your messianic mission or your messianic message? Huh? Saul just said that's bondage. Saul calls the law of circumcision bondage or slavery. He calls the apostles and the other brothers, who he called false, in this meeting false. I'm not making this up. These are his words. Look at this. To whom we gave place by subjection. No, not for an hour, that the truth of the gospel might continue with you. Saul admits that he is not in subjection to the apostles in Jerusalem. That's what he just said. He didn't give place of subjection. To whom we gave place by subjection. No, not for an hour. Meaning he's not up under the authority or the message being preached from Jerusalem by the apostles. Look what the Amplified Bible says. I'm in McCarthy. Look, but we did not yield to them even for a moment. Hear what he's saying? When he was in Jerusalem, according to Paul, amongst the chief apostles, those of reputation, and the brothers he called false, he says, those that was with him, Titus and all them, we did not yield to them even for a moment. See that? So that the truth of the gospel will continue to remain with you in its purity. Verse 6. But of these who seem to be somewhat, whatsoever they were, it maketh no matter to me. God accepteth no man's person. For they who seem to be somewhat in conference added nothing to me. Saul has no respect or honor for the leaders or the apostles of the assembly in Jerusalem. New Living Translation. And the leaders of the church. Who are the leaders of the church? The apostles are the leaders. Look at this. And the leaders of the church, specifically James, the biological brother of Yahshua, is the chief leader of the whole movement. And the leaders of the church had nothing to add to what I was preaching. By the way, look what he's saying. By the way, their reputation as great leaders made no difference to me, but God has no faith. Saul or Paul of Tarsus, Galatians 2 and 6. Does this sound like he's cool with them? No. He's against the apostles. He's against all that. Look at this, verse 7. But contrariwise, when they saw that the gospel, remember, Paul already said if they teach a different gospel, they're damned. Everybody knows this. That's Galatians 1 and 6. Galatians 2 and 7. What does it say? But contrariwise, when they saw that the gospel of the uncircumcision, the gospel of the uncircumcision was committed unto me, as the gospel of the circumcision was unto Peter. So Saul admits again that his gospel is different. There it is. His gospel is different from the true apostles. After all, isn't the gospel of uncircumcision and the gospel of circumcision two different gospels? The gospel of uncircumcision and the gospel of circumcision are not the same gospel. If it was, you would call them the same thing. Don't forget, Paul said whoever preaches a different gospel is damned. Y'all don't know the whole time. Paul ain't talking about in 2023, GMS versus IUIC or ISUPK versus IUIC. You got brothers reading this scripture to other camps on the streets. Salute the camps, salute the congregations and all that, man. You know what I mean? But I'm saying you reading this on the streets as if because he teach something different than you, that he damned. You not knowing Paul, the nigga that wrote this, was cursing out and condemning Yahshua's brothers. The ones he rolled with. Why? Because the gospel of uncircumcision and the gospel of circumcision are not the same gospel. Stevie Wonder can see that. Look at this. Look what he said again, Galatians 1 and 9. Look at this, Sonetta. As we said before, so say I now again. If any man preach any other gospel. Hold on, he just said the gospel of circumcision, that's Peter. And the gospel of uncircumcision, that's Paul. So Paul's gospel is the gospel of uncircumcision. That's what he teaches. And it's different from the gospel that the apostles teaches according to him, which is the gospel of circumcision. Everyone should be able to see that. I'm not making that up. All right. So who is Paul condemning and cursing out then? Galatians 1:9. As we said before, so say I now again. If any man preach any other gospel unto you than that you have received, let him be damned. Let him be accursed. Galatians 1:9, KJV. Do you still believe Saul is not cursing out the apostles? You still don't think he is? Galatians 2:9. Watch this, side metal. I told you that boy dropping names. He name dropping. He name dropping. We got Paul's paperwork, boy. This Paul's motion of discovery. We got it. It's his letters. Look at this. Now he start name dropping. Remember, he just said he wasn't in subjection to those in Jerusalem. He just said he teach a different gospel. He just called them false and fake and deceitful and workers for Satan and everything.
Hey, y'all noticed that YAH'KI and them jumped on there trying to lean to their own understanding. Y'all, again, what was so dangerous about what happened last night, they got to go back through Paul's letters and explain everything I'm explaining and say, no, Paul really was on one accord with James and them. Paul really had love for them. Look at this scripture right here. Look at this scripture right here. Look at this scripture right here. Right? They got to go, like how I'm explaining it, they got to go right back to the very scriptures I pulled and explain it the opposite way with the Bible. They ain't going to be able to do that. You feel me? Paul talking heavy about them. He name dropping now. You ain't got to guess who he talking about in Galatians 1. Who else preaching another gospel? Who else are the apostles? And where are they headquartered out of? And who got the authority over them? Who else? You see, they wasn't ready for that, man. Them deep waters. Cap is a guppy. He ain't finna take none of that. He a guppy. He told you, I got to go to North Carolina. I know you ain't ready for what you think. Look, this is above everybody pay grade over there. Why you think them the only two that got on and they got to handle? So it's so easy to handle. Okay, look, listen to me. I know where you going, nigga. You ain't finna say nothing I don't know. You ain't defended Paul better than me, so for me it's kind of hard to listen to a cat. I mean, we can save the decorum for the debate. You know what I mean? But it's hard for me to sit there and listen to you lie or misrepresent what I'm saying. You dig? And again, look, we know you. You ain't never, listen to me. You'll never get the last word on me. Slap me up and slide off. Nah, that'll never happen. That never happened. If that's what you own, zip that up. See, he ain't like, man, that's when people in the chat offended. Y'all don't like that I handled y'all captain like that. Like, you ain't never finna come off all soft with me and then I be on some, well, it ain't no wartime for real. Calm down. No, nigga, I know you. I know what you on. I know how you trying to come. I know y'all don't like creative game. You did? But we out here expose you. And you ran from our people. Nigga, you ran. You ran from Selah Shalom. Ran. It wasn't even funny. Like, where'd he go? You know what I mean? So, y'all notice they could even rebut or refute nothing I brought out dealing with Paul. That's what made that presentation so dangerous. Paul's own words. He telling on himself. He telling on himself. And all this is after his quote-unquote experience going to Damascus. You see that? Real rap. That's work.
Right? Galatians 2:9. So who Paul talking about? And when James, Cephas, and John, who seemed to be pillars. Look at this. Do y'all hear him?
Y'all hear that boy talking about who seemed to be pillars? No, there is no seem to be. Them the ones running it. Them the ones that was left in charge. Easy work, man.
They seem to be pillars, huh? These are the leaders of the whole movement, and they seem to be pillars. Look at it. And when James, Cephas, and John, who seemed to be pillars, perceived the grace that was given unto me, they gave to me and Barnabas the right hands of fellowship, that we should go into the heathen and they, the apostles, unto the circumcision. Hold on. Hold on. Look at this. No more guesswork. No more guesswork about who Saul is talking about. He's dropping names. Now, if any of y'all been around long enough, you already know. When they get the name dropping, boy, we call Cub Rat. You're right. He's an informant. Question is, who he working for? He name dropping. And don't forget, he's writing this letter to the assembly in Galatia defending his ministry. Like, no, I'm an apostle. I'm just not an apostle like them. If they teaching a different gospel, damn them. Condemn them. Huh? No more guesswork about who Saul is talking about. He's dropping names. Question is he speaking good or evil? And that's what I'm going to ask anybody to get on here. Show me where he's speaking good or evil. Is he speaking good? Show me where he's speaking good about the apostles. Question is he speaking good or evil about the apostles of Messiah? How does Saul feel about the apostles and their gospel of circumcision? Galatians 5:12. Trip off this side, little boy. Now, this is Paul. Look what he said. This is what he feels about the gospel of circumcision. I would, in the same letter to the Galatians, I would they were even cut off, which trouble you. Because Galatians 5, he's writing about the liberty that you have if you believe in Christ. You don't got to come up under the ritual of circumcision. So Paul says in Galatians 5.
See, so for the longest, I know I did for the longest reading Galatians 5, that when he says, coming out the KJV, when he says, I would they were even cut off, which trouble you. I always thought he was talking about like excommunicating, you know what I mean? You can't come back around her type. No, that ain't what he's talking about. You know what I mean? That ain't what he's talking about. And then when you read Galatians 5 from the top, you keeping everybody talking about context. Nigga, all right, the context about Galatians 5 is circumcision. Let me show y'all. Let me show you how real this gets. You know what I mean? And regardless if you agree with circumcision or not, I don't know nobody. Paul is the only cat ever who pronounced a judgment on circumcision as if these cats keep talking about circumcising, they need to castrate themselves, go the whole way and just castrate themselves. Since they keep telling you about circumcision and dealing with this messianic movement, they should castrate themselves. That's how I know YAH'KI and HonorandHumilitySTL McCarthy don't know what the hell they looking at. That's why I was trying to tell Side. No, Creative Gang is here now. We talking about the creator. And so that's above every god that came off you niggas' mouths. Every god that came off your mouth is irrelevant. You dig? We talking about the creator of every god you talking about. Let me go to this Galatians and show y'all that real quick. You know what I mean? This is easy work. I don't know who they thought or what they thought they came across. Bro, listen to me, especially HonorandHumilitySTL McCarthy or to YAH'KI. And let's not act like you wasn't talking heavy the day after I got off side the last time and handled Nipple. She thought she knew something about Owaski. You got on the next day and tried to have a conversation with my bro C-Line. He handled you, boy. Then you ran from the debate. I know y'all don't know what the hell y'all looking at. In your mind, you think you got this deal figured out. No. And then HonorandHumilitySTL McCarthy is just riding with whoever would say Paul cool, because you know good and well you don't believe nothing to YAH'KI talking about. My Cornelius is an Israelite and all that. You was real quiet. Why you ain't come out and debunk that? Say, hold on, Cap, now. Nah, you ain't want to do that because why? Huh? You was trying to defend this nigga Paul, man. All right? Look at this right here. This is Galatians 5. KJV. Then we're going to look into some other versions. Then so now a lot of them scared that we go into other versions because it speaks a clearer, a more defined English. So like, okay, that makes sense. Now look what Paul says. This is Galatians 5. Stand fast, therefore, in the liberty. Matter of fact, let's do it like this. Let's make sure we got through. concordance numbers next to every entry. You know what I mean? Stand fast, therefore, in the liberty wherewith Christ hath made us free, and be not tangled again, and be not entangled again with the yoke of bondage. And so he's talking about freedom versus slavery. Don't take on a doctrine that's going to enslave you. You feel me? Enslave your mind. Look at this, verse 2. Behold, I, Paul, this is what he's saying. Behold, I, Paul, say unto you, that if you be circumcised, Christ shall profit you nothing. Right there. Right there. And he going on record and telling the church of Galatia, I'm telling you. So obviously, there was a faction of Messianic brothers who was still pumping circumcision, even though they was followers of this Messianic movement. They still was pumping circumcision. Meaning eventually, you know, when once I get in it, if there's all y'all dumb enough to take this debate, I'm gonna wash this nigga. I'm gonna show him the Nazarene initiation ritual and destroy his whole look, I'm gonna destroy his whole thing. Because eventually, that's what's missing from the Acts 15. Eventually, the cats that's amongst the Gentiles that decide to rock with the movement, eventually, you know what I mean? During a 6-year process, eventually you get baptized and circumcised. You feel me? And these men aren't 8 days old, so these men aren't circumcised up under the Mosaic covenant, but they still circumcised. That's what I was trying to tell YAH'K. No, he's not saying, he ain't talking about somebody that ain't circumcised, the Israelite ain't circumcised, can still believe. Nigga, you can believe a packet of ketchup is your God, regardless of the condition of your love muscle. We ain't talking about that. We talking about what is it that the brothers went through to be initiated and to really be down with the movement. What did they go through? Circumcision was something eventually. All they were saying was you didn't have to get circumcised in the beginning. You can just come as you are and learn and grow, and eventually you're going to take it upon yourself to make that happen. You feel me? So it wasn't talking about that. So he telling you right now, if you are circumcised and you are a follower of who he called, I really don't like using that word because that word wasn't even used in Palestine. You know what I mean? But just for name's sake, you know what I mean? So he's saying, if you are circumcised, then who he called Christ don't benefit you at all. At all. Behold, I, Paul, say unto you that if you are circumcised, Christ shall profit you nothing. Let's look at it in a different version. Look at it in a different version. What's this? Okay, let's look at the New Living Translation. Look what Paul says. What I highlight it, y'all. Look what he says. Listen, I, Paul, tell you this. If you are counting on circumcision to make you right with God, then Christ will be of no benefit to you. Wow. NIV, mark my words. I, Paul, tell you that if you let yourselves be circumcised, Christ will be of no value to you at all. Y'all hear this? He's saying Christ will be of no value. He won't benefit you if you decide to get circumcised. Now remember, he already said that he teaches the gospel of uncircumcision, and the bros teach the gospel of circumcision. So who's teaching the church in Galatia outside of Paul to be circumcised? It got to be somebody, because Paul's responding. He's responding like, look, I'm going to tell you like this. If you let yourself be circumcised, Christ will be of no value to you at all. See that? Look at this. Look, I, Paul, say to you that if you accept circumcision, Christ will be of no advantage to you. ESV. CSB, take note. I, Paul, am telling you that if you get yourself circumcised, Christ will not benefit you at all. So we're talking about circumcision. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about nothing else in Galatians. We're talking about circumcision in these first few verses. You see that? Trip off that, man. This cat bold as a mug. You know what I mean? This cat bold as a mug. This is crazy. Look what else he say. What else he say? For I testify again to every man that is circumcised that he is a debtor to do the whole law. But you want to act like if you circumcised, then cats ain't out here falling short in some type of precept dealing with the Torah. Stop it, man. Cap try to ask that. Is it physical circumcision or spiritual circumcision? Y'all people, I answer them. One points to the other. Shut him down, boy. I don't know who you think you dealing with. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they got you amped up. You dig? We been handled you, bro. We been had a bird trap for you. Zion Lex too. We been had a bird trap for you cats, man. Easy work. You know what I mean? Y'all just realizing like, dang, it's a creative gang out here that's really about this action. Yeah. Got y'all lying on your sources. You know what I mean? Got y'all cats running from debates. Got y'all getting on here trying to explain the Bible, leaning to your own understanding. Like, bro, that ain't what none of that says. Paul saying, he's saying what he's saying. Christ has become of no effect unto you, whosoever of you are justified by the law. You are fallen from grace. What law is he talking about, y'all? He talking about the law of circumcision. Circumcision, which is something the bros did. That's part of the customs. You know what I mean? Now look at this. Now he jumps down to verse 6. For in Jesus Christ neither circumcision availeth anything, nor uncircumcision, but faith which worketh by love. Now, you need to ask yourself, who are the Messianics who are writing to Galatia, teaching Galatians that they need to be circumcised eventually? Of course, he ain't talking about the 8 days. None of these people are 8 days old. So there was an eventual circumcision. That's why Paul's responded. That's what Amin-Ra McCarthy Ortiz are. Y'all ain't saying eventually these niggas got circumcised. That's why Paul is responding back to Galatia, letting them know I'm your apostle. If they teach a different gospel, condemn them. They are damned. Then he brings up James, John, Peter, Cephas, claims he checked all of them, Barnabas. You feel me? Now we up here to Galatians 5, and he's saying on record that if you allow yourself to be circumcised, then the Christ he talking about ain't even gonna benefit you. So we talking about circumcision. For in Jesus Christ neither circumcision availeth anything, nor uncircumcision, but faith was worketh by love. Look at this, verse 7. Ye did run well. Who did hinder you that you should not obey the truth? So according to Paul, circumcision is not the truth. Look at this. This persuasion cometh not of him that called you, saying, so whoever got you persuaded into circumcision is not the truth. They are not teaching the truth. All you got to ask yourself is, well, who in the Messianic movement has authority to write to the assemblies in Galatia and let them know they eventually need to be circumcised? Who? He already talking about false apostles and all that. Y'all, he talking about the apostles in Jerusalem. That's what they teach. He already said they teach the gospel of circumcision. So that means even to the church in Galatia, they're teaching the gospel of circumcision. So he's saying you believing in that don't come of him that call you. That's not godly, he's saying. And then he goes on to call it sin. Look at this. A little leaven leaveneth the whole lump. A lot of us like to quote that. You don't realize that's what he is calling circumcision. He's calling it leaven. And we all know, biblically speaking, leaven is symbolic for what? Sin. What you mean? Them Paul taught law. He was hostile toward it as well. Look at this. I have confidence in you through the Lord that you will be none otherwise minded. But he that troubleth you shall bear his judgment, whosoever he be. So this gospel of circumcision is troubling the assembly of Galatia, according to Paul. And he's saying whoever that is will bear their judgment. Well, we already know he got a problem with James, John, Peter, Barnabas, Cephas, and whoever else. He's always pronouncing judgment, already condemned them. Look at this. And I, brethren, if I yet preach circumcision, why do I yet suffer persecution? Exactly. You obviously must teach something different than them. Obvious. You did. All you had to do was quote the word of Jesus, and all these brothers would have stood down. Then it's the offense of the cross cease. Now look at this. Remember, we're talking about circumcision. Look at this. I would they were even cut off, which trouble you. That verse right there. And if you keep in mind from Galatians 5, verse 1, all the way down to verse 12, he is talking about circumcision. If y'all understand that, give me a vortex in the chat. In Galatians 5, verse 1 through 12, Paul is talking about circumcision to the assembly in Galatia. He calls it leaven. He says, if you're circumcised, Mashiach will be of no benefit to you. You dig? He's saying those who are teaching this are going to bear their judgment, whoever they be. And then he says it's troubling the church of Galatia. You see that? These are his words. That's the crazy part. Everybody, man, nigga, these are his words. You know what I mean? These are his words. And that's why what we did last night was so dangerous, y'all. You can't get around it. You can disagree with every source I pulled out, but when I open up Paul's paperwork, we got his file and read what he's saying. You did, yeah, that's a curve you can't get around. Because now you got to go back and reread what he's saying and try to make him say something that he's not saying. To YAH'K, stop that. You don't know what the hell you talking about. I would they were even cut off, which trouble you. So for a long time, I always thought that meant, like, you know, I mean, excommunicated, who's ever troubling. If you keep in mind, they talking about circumcision from 1 to verse 12. All right, now let's go into verse 12. Let's look up some words. I would they were even cut off. Cut off is G609. Then we look at it in a different version. Let's look up the actual word cut off, and then we'll look at it in a different version like we just did during the presentation. Apokopto. Apokopto. Right, so what does this mean, cut off? What does this mean? Remember, we're talking about circumcision since everybody's talking about context. Look what it means, y'all. Look what it means. Amputate. Paul is literally saying whoever is teaching circumcision need to castrate themselves, amputating. You know what part he's talking about if we're talking about circumcision. He's talking about the love muscle. He say cut it off. If they teaching circumcision, my judgment is they need to castrate, amputate themselves. That means to cut off. Well, what are they cutting off, Paul, since we talking about circumcision? Now, you can disagree about circumcision all day. None of us have the same view on it. You dig? But nobody, this nigga is the only one in the world that didn't pronounce the judgment like this on the gospel of circumcision that he said in Galatians 2 that the real apostles teach. Now he's saying whoever teaching that need to castrate themselves, and this the nigga you rolling with. Y'all out here claiming messianic, you dig, all off Paul's vision. You roll with this cat? Nah, he wasn't solid. What nobody got to say about it. That's why when them cats got on there and try to read what Paul's saying, then nigga, I know what Paul's saying. You dig? I'm the only one been out here reading what he's saying. We already know what he's saying. Look at this. Look at this right here. NLT. Y'all don't even know, man. The scholars are laughing at the conscious community, man. And the Israelites, y'all don't know by now that Paul was an enemy before and after? You don't know this? Look, y'all, Yale got free online courses you can take and go study really how Bible came together. You know what I mean? It's free on YouTube. Yale free online classes talking about the Bible. It'll blow your mind what these scholars are talking about. And they going right into the Bible and showing you. Look what it say in the NLT. I just wish that those troublemakers who want to mutilate you by circumcision would mutilate themselves. In IV, as for those agitators, I wish they would go the whole way and emasculate themselves. You know what that means. He's saying bump and go the whole way. They might as well remove the love muscle and the testes. ESV, I wish those who unsettle you would emasculate themselves. CSB, I wish those who are disturbing you might also let themselves be mutilated. NET. Yes. I wish those agitators would go so far as to castrate themselves. Y'all, it's clear what this man is talking about. You know what I mean? He pronounced the judgment of castration on whoever is teaching circumcision. You dig? Y'all, we ain't making none of this up. We ain't making it up. You know what I mean? We ain't making none of it up. Nothing. Crazy, man. Go back here real quick.
I wish they was cut off that trouble you. A lot of us used to believe, I guess he's saying, you know, excommunicated, cut off, you know, cut them off type, right? No. Look what Paul is saying. Remember, we're talking about circumcision. And he's saying that those that's preaching the gospel of circumcision to the assembly in Galatia, what does Paul wish? I wish those agitators would go so far as to castrate themselves. Y'all hear this? Castrate themselves. That's how Paul feels about the Torah when it comes to circumcision. His whole stance is if you believe in Jesus, then and you still pushing the law of circumcision, you might as well go ahead and remove your entire love muscle. Huh? And y'all roll with this nigga? He's saying become a eunuch. Castrate yourself. I wish those agitators, who are the agitators? Who has Paul been talking about? He's been talking about the apostles. He already called them false. He already called them fake. He already called them super apostles. He started name dropping.
So y'all just went over there and showed y'all Galatians 5, 1 through 12. Right? And in context, well, the context is he's talking about circumcision. Notice you can't answer that. I mean, Tazar, y'all couldn't answer that. He couldn't answer Galatians 5 and 12. He tried to make it seem like it was talking about something else. No. So as y'all see, like, even though they get offended when you turn up and all that, y'all, the creator gang is the only ones being real and transparent enough to put it on the table and show you what's going on. You feel me? These cats was looking like mental midgets last night. Like I'm like, bro, how are you even on here trying to rebuttal what I'm talking about? How? You got to go through Paul's letters and make them say opposite of what it says. No, you ain't ready for that. You ain't ready for that. You dig? You are not nowhere near ready for that because guess what? He's saying what he's saying, man. You dig? There's no way to explain it away. It's sinking in now like, dang, man, we this whole time, we've been talking about we messianic and we rock with Yahshua and all that. And the whole time, you rocking with a cat that never met him, who was our enemy to his brothers in them. You dig? And he came out with his own version and admitted he got a different Jesus, a different spirit, and a different gospel. And whoever teaches different than him is damned. So as y'all see, I'm not making this up. Not making it up. Right there so you can see it. Right in your face with it. Do it the old school way. Right in front of everybody. Boys ain't ready, man. And look, it's more evident as the days and weeks go by, y'all. Like it's not bragging, man. Like we ain't. It's just the truth. Right? There's nobody you can point to online right now or in this earth right now that's coming with a higher light than Creator Gang. It's the truth. There ain't no who you gonna name who. I guarantee whoever you name is dealing with a deity. Yeah, he pump faking. I guarantee it. You see? That's what make us dangerous. Like, yeah, them cats are serious. They really about, yeah, watch it.
Right? He admits he's teaching a different gospel than them. His gospel is the gospel of uncircumcision. That's what everybody that rock with Paul, that's what you follow. The gospel of uncircumcision. And Paul says, I wish those agitators, well, who are the agitators? It's the apostles, because they taught the circumcision, even according to Paul, Galatians 2:2-9. I wish those agitators would go so far as to castrate themselves. Galatians 5:12. Man, look, I'm gonna tell y'all something. You know what I mean? Look, nobody better not get on her talking about I made nothing up. These are his words. Look at this. But when Peter was come to Antioch, I withstood him to the face, because he was to be blamed. It is evident by now who Saul is cursing. He's dropping names on whoever he has a problem with. Notice we never heard Peter's side of this argument. Don't worry. I'm about to show it. A lot of y'all don't know. Peter responded to Paul. Paul can run around talking about he checked Peter or he checked Simon. Peter responded. A lot of y'all don't know. You know what I mean? Look at this. Verse 12. For before that certain came from James. So James is sending men to check Paul's temperature. He's sending men from Jerusalem to check Paul's temperature and see what the hell is going on, if they standing on business or not. For before that certain came from who? James. Don't forget, James is Yahshua's biological brother. He's running the whole movement after Yahshua dies. It's James, ain't even Peter, it's James. For before that certain came from James, he, speaking of Peter, according to Paul, did eat with the Gentiles. But when they were come, he withdrew and separated himself, fearing them which were of the circumcision. Saul admits that James, the brother of Yahshua, is the one sending other apostles out against him. In saying this, he is acknowledging James's authority in the early Messiah movement. Saul also claims that Peter is violating dietary law by eating with Gentiles. Verse 13. And the other Jews disassembled likewise with him, insomuch that Barnabas also was carried away with their hypocrisy. So now Paul is calling James, John, Peter, Barnabas, and everybody else that rocked the gospel of the circumcision hypocrites. Y'all, he ain't talking favorable or good about the apostles at all. He's an op. And y'all, this is after his so-called spiritual conversion on the road to Damascus. He's still an enemy. He's still an enemy. He done cussed out everybody, condemned them, said you niggas need to get castrated, remove your love muscle and testes. Huh? And now he calling them hypocrites. But this is who you follow. This who you follow. Look at this. Saul calls Peter, Barnabas, James, and the men he sent against him hypocrites. Paul's words. This is what's so dangerous about what I'm doing tonight, because I'm burying this boy. I'm melting this plastic ass nigga with his own words. Look at this, verse 14. But when I saw that they walk not uprightly, according to the truth of the gospel, I said unto Peter before them all, if thou being a Jew, trip off this, y'all. Look at this. Trip off what Paul says. If thou being a Jew live after the manner of Gentiles, and not as do the Jews, why compel you the Gentiles to live as do the Jews? Look at this, y'all. Saul throws Peter under the bus even further and claims he lives and acts like a lawless Gentile. That's what he said. He said, if you being a Jew live after the manner of Gentiles. He said, you a Judean, but you live like them. Paul is accusing an apostle that Yahshua rolled with of being and living like Gentiles. Don't forget, Saul is writing to all these different assemblies trying to save his ministry and defend his apostleship. Now let's go look at Peter's response to Saul of Tarsus and his false claims that Peter lives lawless. Oh, I bought the clips outside net. I bought a 100-round drum out tonight, boy. Megaton light bomb, anti-Nicene Christian library before the Nicene era. Clementine homily. Look at this. Everybody think Creative Gang playing. Boy, we ain't playing. We ain't playing a little bit. Didn't Paul say he opposed Peter?
Well, yeah, I want to let you know right now that I'm getting calls from a lot of people, brother.
I know. They all gonna have to stand on business, son. They all gonna have to stand on business. I'm calling every last one of them to the floor.
Hold on. Nepal Sada is the H.O.K champion over here, and she's the first runner-up. She want that. She want the smoke with you. So
hey, I don't want to do your wife like that. Get a man up in her.
Man, come on, man. We dealing with
get a man up here. Get Black Jesus.
We dealing with information.
This is what I'm saying. I don't want to have to treat her like a man and be in odds with you.
I got you. I respect that.
Just bring a man. Bring a man up here. And this. Like every brother you bring up, I'm gonna smoke his boots.
Yes, Tazariak also called me. So I
tell Tazariak I already got a bird trap set for him. That's easy.
Oh man, he hit me. Go ahead and go in.
All right, that's easy.
Rob McCarthy, he's in the building.
He don't want no smoke either.
Wrong too.
Hey, y'all already know. I was about, man, look, don't be name dropping with me. Oh, that's irrelevant. I don't care nothing about your wife. I don't care nothing about no Rob McCarthy or Tazariak. But I had to tell Shaw, like, look, bro, I'm not about. Look, I'm gonna treat your wife like a man. If she get up in the ring with me and I don't even want to be at odds with you, no, get a man up in her. Let the females debate the females, bro. They got female MMA and female boxing and female track and female basketball. They got female clothes and shoe sizes and bathroom. Everything is, separated. You feel me? So, bro, look, I get iron. I set it off. I'm not about to, and I'm not about to turn down just because she a woman. You feel me? So, side, no, I'm not debating your wife. Just like I'm not debating the Canaanite, that lion-ass broad Naphtali. I'm not debating her either. I'm not about to have y'all husbands mad at me. Because if any man talk to my woman like I'm going to talk to y'all women, I'm going to be real with you. I would have a problem with me until I had a conversation with me. You ain't finna talk heavy to mine. I ain't finna have mine arguing with no man. So that's why I told Sam, nah, bro, don't even bring your woman out here with me. I'm a whole nother force. And you're going to be offended when I get done hollering at her. So no, and she got mad. She was all in the chat. He don't want to talk to me. Hell no, I don't want to talk to you. You a nitwit anyway. You ain't even smart. Hell, I'm talking to you about. You know what it is, man? People see a pretty face and get soft. You know what I mean? That's how these women able to come up here and debate men, because men get all giddy in the knees. You start getting butterflies in the stomach. Nigga like, dang, I'm turned on. Nah, that's warfare. I ain't even tripping off how good you think you look. You understand? So that's why I told him that, nah, I'm cool. Get a man up here. You did. You don't throw no woman in the ring with me. Look, she gonna be a whole dinner after I get done with it. She gonna be food. You feel me? And trip off this. Y'all was offended at me turning up the way I did last night. I ain't even, listen to me, I ain't even get on no, I ain't even use too many harsh words or what they call profanity. I may have said ass a few times. I said your monkey ass, something like that. But I wasn't mother effer, four-legged female dog, or garden tool, I wasn't even on none of that. And they still was offended. Man. At the fire, at the passion. You dig? And that, dang, he's speaking it with this much authority, and it ain't no way for us to disprove this cat. That's why they offended. You feel me? So no, I'm not debating your wife or any woman. I'm cool. You dig? I got sisters from the part, man. Look, I got a sister right now, Samisha, of the Creator Gang, that will make Nepal and Naphtali look like mental midgets. Nepal was in the chat talking about how can he claim to be Israel but read Owaski? Let me tell you something, little mama. The same way your monkey ass believe we came from monkeys or primates and still believe you an Israelite. The hell you mean? If you got a right to explore all types of information and still claim to be Israel, how come I don't? Hell are you talking about? Y'all done amp that woman up. She ain't nowhere near on no level. I got some sisters right now that'll box that girl in right now. Y'all going, I put my sisters on them. I'm not nowhere near about to be debating on Paul, no Naphtali about nothing. Y'all women, I got sisters for y'all. You dig? But just like Clarissa Shields ain't about to get in the ring with Bud Crawford. Ain't none of y'all about to get in the ring with me. Not no woman. No. 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 Get a man up here. Black Jesus run his mouth. Get his monkey ass on the mat. Zoyat, bring your ass out here. But no, man, I'm never, because I'm not about to turn down just because a woman is there. No, no, not at all. You know what I mean? So that's why I said that. Like, nah, bro, I'm not about to, because if I talk to a greasy, bro, you going to be mad at me. And I'd rather us not be at odds. Why we got to be at odds just because your woman want to argue with me and disagree with me? Nah, I'm cool. I'm Gucci. Watch this. And then Peter responds to Paul. Amenorah McCarthy didn't even know this. Zoyak didn't even know this. Man, Paul said Peter, he basically punked Peter and withstood him to the face, but nobody's ever read Peter's response. They ain't even know your boy came with Peter's response to those that oppose him. This nigga Paul, watch this. Easy work, man.
He's a pastor now.
That don't matter.
Okay.
Look, he a mental midget too. He don't want no smoke. Creator gang is here now. That's what I'm saying. We in the building, baby. Watch this. Opposition to Peter unreasonable. So that ain't none of them never read none of this. What I'm bringing out, bro, they ain't read none of it. And how I'm slowing down Paul's words. These are his letters. I'm slowing them down and breaking down what he's saying. A gang of us done read past Paul so fast. You dig? Ain't never slowed down and said, you know what? You know what I mean? Dang, he's straight an opposition. He's straight an enemy to the movement before and after. Look what now, according to Paul in Galatians, he punked Peter. That's what he said. He punked him. All right? He been cursing brothers out, condemning them, calling them fake, calling them deceitful, false, pseudo. Even said when it comes to circumcision, whoever teaching circumcision, which he already said the apostles were, the gospel of circumcision, they might as well castrate themselves. Huh? That's how you feel about circumcision. It's one thing to say, I really don't think it's practical today. It's another thing to say, the hell with that law. If you talk about circumcision, you might as well remove your love muscle and your testes. Now, Peter responds to Paul. Opposition to Peter unreasonable. If then our Jesus appeared to you in a vision, remember Paul had a vision, right? Paul's whole claim to being an apostle is his vision, Sadnetta. Peter responds. A lot of people don't know this. If then our Yahshua appeared to you in a vision, made himself known to you, and spoke to you, it was as one who was enraged with an adversary. Peter just told Paul, hey, if who I roll with hollered at you, he hollered at you as an adversary, Jack. You know what I mean? Because there ain't no way, shape, form, or fashion you wouldn't be locked in with us. There ain't no way, shape, form, or fashion you wouldn't be rocking with Yahshua bros and them. Y'all running around here talking about y'all messianic or Christian. But you ain't rocking with the bros, though. You ain't standing on business like them brothers that would have put a blade to your throat before they let a naked statue of Caesar stand up in their temple. Those were the messianic brothers. Look what Peter say. If then our Yahshua appeared to you in a vision, Paul, made himself known to you and spoke to you, it was as one who was enraged with an adversary. And this is the reason why it was through visions and dreams or through revelations that were from without that he spoke to you. But can anyone be rendered fit for instruction through visions? And if you will say it is possible, then I ask, why did our teachers, speaking of Yahshua, abide in discourse a whole year to those who were awake? He say, okay, if all you needed was a vision, then why he get down with us a whole different way? Huh? How about who appeared to Paul appeared to Constantine? Because he had a vision too. Look at this. And how are we to believe your word? This is what Peter is saying to Paul. And how are we to believe your word when you tell us that he appeared to you? And how did he appear to you? And when you entertain opinions contrary to his teaching. Peter is telling Paul, and how did who I roll with? How did my brother? How did the one I laughed with and cried with and hugged and learned from and was raised up and given all this power? You dig? How in the hell he appear to you when you entertain opinions contrary to his teaching? Huh? What teaching? Such as what you feel about the law of circumcision, castrate yourself, remove your love muscle and your testes. But if you were seen and taught by him and became his apostle for a single hour, proclaim his utterances. Stop right there. Paul never quotes Yahshua, not one time. Paul never quotes the Gospels one time in his letters. And that's for a whole nother reason. A lot of y'all don't know that Paul actually was writing before the Gospels even came out. You really don't want to know how deep the rabbit hole goes. I'm in Rob McCarthy.
Damn, you going in right now, brother.
You really don't want to know. Paul was writing before a gospel was even inked.
Damn.
But if you were seen and taught by him and became an apostle for a single hour, Paul proclaimed his utterances. Paul never quoted Yahshua. He never not one time quoted the Gospels. Interpret his sayings. Love his apostles. Well, we can't say Paul loved the apostles of Yahshua when he's saying they need to be castrated. When he called them fake and false and deceitful and workers of Satan. No. This man are condemning them and shit. Look at this. Love his apostles. Contend not with me who companied with him. See, Peter knew Yahshua. He met him. Lived with him. Laughed with him. Hugged him. Chopped it up with him. Like really knew him. So he say, love his apostles. Don't fight with me who companied with him. For in direct opposition to me, who am a firm rock, the foundation of the church, you now stand. If you were not opposed to me, you would not accuse me and revile the truth proclaimed by me, in order that I may not be believed when I state what I myself have heard with my own ears from the Messiah, as if I were evidently a person that was condemned in a bad reputation. But if you say that I am condemned, didn't Paul say, let them be cursed? Didn't Paul say if they're teaching of the gospel, let them be damned? Peter say, but if you say that I am condemned, you bring an accusation against God who revealed the Messiah to me, and you inveigh against him who pronounced me blessed on account of the revelation. But if indeed you really wish to work in the cause of truth, listen up, Paul. If you want to work in the cause of truth, learn first of all from us, the real apostles, what we have learned from him. And becoming a disciple of the truth, become a fellow worker with us. He like, you gotta tap on in with us. And in today's time, that's equivalent of saying, tap in with the creator gang. Because we the only ones talking about the creator today.
CGG, baby. Y'all know I had to rep. I'm like, look, so in today's time, that means you got to tap in with us then. Because these brothers dead. They murked all these brothers. Brothers dead. You know what I mean? There wasn't even no succession to them. We the ones 2,000 years later that picked that spirit back up like, hey, hold on, rewind this. So in today's time, you need to tap in with the creator game. You dig? You want to get out of sippy cup mode? I'm in Rob McCarthy. Y'all don't want to be known as sippy cup rules. You want to be a candidate for the short bus? You really want to understand what it is? You got to tap in with the creator game. We the only ones repping. Y'all, I'm going to rep. I'm going to bust mine. I'm going to rep every second I get. Nigga, this is what it is. You see that? You got to tap in with us. Ain't nobody else talking about what we talking about.
We the only ones talking about the Creator, which is above every God anybody that named over here on this platform. If you really want to get down and be a light worker and a worker of truth, tap in with the Creator Gang, man. Creator Gang TV. How does Saul feel about the Nazarene apostles? I'm almost done. I got a few more slides, then we're going to get it in. Look at this. How does Saul or Paul feel about the Nazarene apostles?
See, Saul had to drop a bomb, baby. Hey, look, Saul already, I said Saul. Sarnetta already knew it was fire in the hole, boy. He knew it. He like, damn, this nigga cooking. This bro cooking, yeah. Yeah, I ain't get on her to exchange fancy and smooth soliloquies. You know, talk all reserved like Jacob Perman. Yeah, you know, it's idiotic to believe that Israelites were Africans and all. Oh, it's idiotic. You know, I was thinking about man, you sound like a Dry Eyes. Y'all remember that commercial, Dry Eyes? No. I don't just bring, you understand, information to the table. We gonna bring passion. We gonna make it entertaining. You dig? Like, we gonna put spirit behind this, man. Easy work. So I'm always bust mine. That's one thing you ain't got to worry about. If it's something to be set off, I'm gonna set it off. You dig? We gonna get some dominoes dropping, and we just gonna see what's what. That's it. That's it. But we ain't gonna sit back and twiddle our thumbs. Watch this.
Dietary law. Paul still telling on himself, man. Look what Paul says and thinks about the law. Because if you a Nazarene, if you in the scene, you got a dietary law. There's a way we eat. That's even contrary to the Orthodox Israelites today. We eat totally different. How about the leaders of Yahshua's movement ate the same way as we eat? See that? Huh? How about, because whatever charges your blood charges your spirit. Whatever you eat get in your bloodstream. Huh? And that charges your spirit. Look at this. Amplified Bible, 1 Corinthians 10 and 25. Regarding meat offered to idols. Look what Paul says. Let's trip out this side there. This is what Paul says concerning what to eat. Eat anything that is sold in the meat market without asking any questions for the sake of your conscience. Saul of Tarsus, 1 Corinthians 10 and 25. Paul just said you can eat whatever you want to eat. And don't even question the ingredients. Don't even question what it is. You see? But is this what he was commanded to teach? Is this how Yahshua and them rolled? Did they roll like that? Look at this. Acts 15 and 13. And after they had held their peace, James answered, saying, men and brethren, hearken unto me. Acts 15 and 13. Don't forget, James is Yahshua the Messiah's biological brother. He stands up in Jerusalem. When Paul finally comes to Jerusalem, he stands up and gives a judgment. Huh? That means he in charge. He gives a judgment on, look, this is what you teach. Since you out here with the Messianic movement coming out of Jerusalem, this is what's to be taught. Look what he says, Acts 15 and 29. That you abstain from meats offered to idols. James commands Saul to follow the same orders that he is supposed to teach to the Gentiles. Look at this. How does Saul respond to the doctrine he has been commanded to preach and live by? 1 Corinthians 10, 23 through 25. Look what Paul said. Now remember, James already said the order is to abstain from meats offered to idols. Huh? Because that's what Gentiles eat. They don't prepare their flesh. They don't prepare the meat that they eat according to the Torah. And if it's not prepared how the Torah say prepared, it's considered offered to a devil, a deity, or an idol. You see? So look what Paul says. 1 Corinthians 10, 23 through 25. Although he already been commanded to teach this, he teaches opposite. And we read earlier what Peter say, if he don't go to Jerusalem and teach what James say teach, he's a fraud. 1 Corinthians 10 and 23. All things are lawful for me, but all things are not expedient. All things are lawful for me, but all things edify not. By Saul claiming all things are lawful, all things as lawful for him, he's saying he is free from James's commands given to him in Jerusalem. Because that wasn't the command. The command wasn't you can eat whatever you want to eat. The command wasn't all things are lawful. Look at this.
And Paul is speaking about food, man. He's saying all things are lawful. That ain't even, the Torah don't even say that. The Torah don't even say that. Yeah, you mean all things are lawful, so you can eat whatever the hell you want? Is this what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? You can eat some roadkill? Nigga, you can eat a mouse. You believe in Jeebus now. You can eat a mouse. You can eat some gator meat. You can eat some squid. You can eat some pigger sandwiches. You can eat some chitlins. We just got them pigger sandwiches, listening sandwiches. Man, you can eat whatever they, hell, you can even be Hannibal Lecter. Shit. That's what Paul's saying. It don't matter what you eat. You can even be a cannibal. Hannibal Lecter around this deal, huh? Jeffrey Dahmer around this deal, huh? Come on, man. Y'all know this ain't right. Something ain't right with dude. And most y'all always felt something was off with dude. You just couldn't explain it. You couldn't put your finger on it. You did? But the crazy part about the whole thing, and this is how you know it's a God spell. Yo, everything I'm reading for the most part is Paul's letters. Why the hell was this the whole time in the Bible and none of us saw it? Now you know what you're under. You're under a God spell. Because Paul is overwhelmingly telling on himself in his letters. How the hell did we not figure this out by now? Have we really been reading Bible, or have we been indoctrinated and told how to read it? And Amon McCarthy, YAH'KI, and everybody else that rolled with Paul, you assuming that Paul is cool with the apostles. No. No. He openly admits it's another gospel, it's another spirit, and it's another Jesus. Yeah. Now watch this, all y'all couldn't rebut that. 1 Corinthians 10:25. 1 Corinthians 10:23 through 25. How you gonna rebut that? Where does it say you can eat whatever you want? All things are lawful. That's what he's saying. He's talking about food to YAH'KI. He talking about food. All things being lawful for you is not what James said in Jerusalem. Wow. Watch this.
Whatsoever is sold in the shambles, that eat, asking no questions for conscience sake. Saul boldly tells the assembly in Corinth that they are free to eat whatever they desire. So y'all, that's not the same thing he was told to teach. He boldly teaches opposite of what he was told to teach. He said you free to eat whatever because you believe in Jesus. But the ones that roll with Yahshua was like, nah, hey, abstain from meats offered to idols. Look at this. Look at the Good News translation. 1 Corinthians 10:25. You are free. Look what Paul is saying. You are free to eat anything sold in the meat markets without asking any question because of your conscience. Boy, you
come on, y'all. Everybody, look, my children can see the difference. And that's why I understand Tazar. You probably wasn't listening, man. You probably was doing your thing, packing or something. Because you was like, show you one thing that Paul taught opposite of the apostles. This right here is one thing you can't get around. If Paul is saying you are free to eat anything sold in the meat market, and James is saying abstain from meats offered to idols, surely when you go to a Gentile meat market or the grocery store, surely there is meat in there offered to idols. Paul is saying he's not under this command or order about dietary restrictions. That's why he's writing to the church in Corinth, telling them eat whatever is sold at the meat market. Y'all, where is that at in Torah? Where is that at? That you can just eat whatever the hell you want to eat because you believe in Jeebus. You can eat a hog's ass. You can become a cannibal. All you gotta do is just quote Jesus, just like Jeffrey Dahmer. Got a swastika on his forehead. And when you talk to him a little while, he start quoting Bible. He start quoting Jesus. Well, Paul said you can eat whatever the hell you want, then y'all should be could have no problem with Jeffrey Dahmer. Why don't you like Jeffrey Dahmer and Hannibal Lecter? Why? Oh man, because they were eating people. And what does that mean? Paul says you can eat whatever sold at the meat market. Huh? So if they got a shoulder blade of Cosmon cow at the meat market, you can go eat it. If they got a breast or a thigh of bronze yolk, you can go eat it. Hell, y'all act like y'all don't know that McDonald's is selling human meat. Shit, you can go eat that though. It's all good. Paul say eat whatever you want. It don't matter. And don't ask no questions about it. Wow. Wow. You gonna eat a hog's ass? You can eat alligator, gator meat. Look at this. Acts 15:29, that you abstain from meats offered to idols. James the Just, brother of Yahshua. Acts 15:29. Go get you a shoulder blade and some Cosmon cow. Go get you a thigh, some bronze yoke. Man, that shit sounds crazy, man. And again, y'all, I ain't making it up. That's what Paul's saying. Eat whatever sold in the shambles. What y'all say, people patties. Yeah, y'all crazy, man. So surely, whatever you go into the meat market and buy, surely there is meat in the meat markets amongst the Gentiles, y'all, offered to their deities. Surely, right? So look, it is clear what Saul of Tarsus feels about the Nazarene dietary law. How does a true apostle?
Yeah, but what about the goat though?
Yeah, all that. The goat heads, the lamb.
So you saying on the holidays of the Israelites, and they sacrificing the goat, they not supposed to eat the goat meat?
Nah, all that's off. According to Jeremiah 7:21.
Oh man, you going there, baby.
Never commanded. The Creator never commanded us to sacrifice nor offer him burnt offerings. That's Jeremiah 7:21-22. There's also Isaiah.
Yo, I'm gonna tell you something. Let me say this real quick. I think you better be careful. To Zoriak is in the building. ISUPK, brother, and they hear you talking this talk. Oh man,
he don't want no smoke either,
brother.
He don't want no smoke either. Now look at this. Look at this. It is clear what Saul of Tarsus feels about the Nazarene dietary law. How does a true apostle such as Peter feel about the food restrictions? Source: anti-Nicene Christian life. Before the Council of Nicaea. I've been pulling this all night, along with the Bible. Look what Peter says. How does Peter eat? Or the golden rule. And then we're going to get into how he eats. Look what he says. And we're smitten in your body. So now if you repent, as I said, and submit to those things which are well-pleasing to God, you may get new strength to your bodies and recover your soul's health. And the things which are well-pleasing to God are these: to pray to him, to ask from him, recognizing that he's the giver of all things and gives with discriminating law, to abstain from tables of devils. This is what Peter is teaching, because this is what James taught, you know what I mean? And this is what James told Paul. But Peter is actually teaching. Look at this. It says to abstain from the table of devils, not to taste dead flesh. That's what that meant about abstaining from meats offered to idols. We wasn't supposed to be chewing on animal sandwiches, period. Period. Show y'all that Peter was in line with what James told Paul. Peter taught the same thing. See, Acts 15:29. Y'all see this? Make sure I'm sharing the right screen real quick. Y'all see this? Y'all see that Peter just was saying what's well pleasing to the Creator is this, right? And now in Acts 15:29, when Paul finally checks in with the real ones, this is the commandment, this is the doctrine that he was given to teach everyone. by James, Acts 15:29. This is James talking to Paul, that you abstain from meats offered to idols, and from blood, and from things strangled, and from fornication, from which if you keep yourselves, you shall do well. Fare ye well. See, this is the only thing he was supposed to have been teaching going out there. That's it. You know what I mean? That's it. This is what you teach right here. Now we notice Peter taught that. Let's go back to what we just looking at. All right. So Peter was in line with the command from Jerusalem. Paul wasn't. He ain't stand on business. Now watch this. Go back just a little bit. Watch this.
Say, and submit to those things which are well pleasing to God. You may get new strength to your bodies and recover your soul's health. And the things which are well pleasing to God are these: to pray to him, to ask from him, recognizing that he's the giver of all things and gives with discriminating law, to abstain from tables of devils. This is what Peter is teaching, because this is what James taught. You know what I mean? And this is what James taught.
Abstain from the table of devils or meats offered to idols. You see? That's all Paul had to do. But he said, eat whatever you want to eat. It don't matter. So that's one thing to Zoya. You know what I mean? You too busy trying to make some body butter for WAC 100 instead of listening last night. You know what I mean? Straight up, like, slow down. You don't know what you're talking about. All this is above your pay grade. You ain't been taught this in the ISUPK. So there ain't nothing you supposed to be saying. Nothing. You supposed to be sitting there listening, taking notes. You, Nepal, entire ISUPK, the entire H.O.K. Take notes before you jump out there and try to rebut what we talking about, because you be looking silly, stupid. Like Nepal monkey ass. She look crazy trying to tell y'all what a WASPy says. Let me tell y'all something. Nepal ain't read past the first page. She don't know nothing about a WASPy. Nothing. Look at this.
Told Paul. But Peter is actually teaching. Look at this. It says to abstain from the table of devils, not to taste dead flesh. That's what that meant about abstaining from meats offered to idols. We wasn't supposed to be chewing on animal sandwiches, period. Period. See? Huh? And again, this is what Peter is teaching, because that's what James was teaching, and James got it from Yahshua. He is the giver of all things and give with discriminating law, to abstain from the table of devils, not to taste dead flesh, not to touch blood.
My sister Misha in the building. Hey, so Misha, I just told the whole world I got a sister that'll destroy Nepal and Naphtali. Easy work. That's Samisha right there, created gang. That's sis. You know what I mean? We got females over here that are, because Samisha, she talking about she want to debate me. I said, I'm not never about to debate no Nepal, no Naphtali, because I'm going to handle them like men. You know what I mean? But I got a sister that'll box y'all ears in. Easy work. You dig? And that sis I'm talking about right there. Easy work. And y'all think we playing to call us on it then. I guarantee Misha melt them sisters. Easy work. So good to see you up in there, sis. You know what time it is.
So lamb and goat is like demonic, you saying?
Yeah, you ain't, to put it this way, dealing with the Torah, there's a way you're supposed to prepare it and slaughter it. And Sonetta, nobody that's keeping Passover, nobody that's keeping the Feast of Tabernacles, the trumpets, or anybody chewing on chicken, lamb, goat, none of them are slaughtering those animals how the Torah says. And if you're not slaughtering how the Torah says slaughter the animal, then according to the Torah, the book of Leviticus, chapter 17, 1 through 7, you have just sacrificed your meat to an idol, a devil.
Damn.
Torah describes a way to prepare your meat. If you're going to eat it, it got to be prepared this way. And if it's not prepared that way, then you're in violation. You're not. Look, Sonetta, it even got an expiration date on it. The meat can't be dead no longer than 2 days. We go up in the grocery store and buy meat that's been in the deep freezer a whole year.
Damn.
Stop it, man. I'm gonna tell you how to properly prepare your meat. And
Side steady dropping bombs, boy. Because he know, man, look, y'all don't even deal with this type of information over there, man. And look, y'all, I ain't even bring up. Well, I brought up a waspi one time, but I ain't go to it when I was like, whatever charges your blood, charges your spirit. That's in the book. That's in Waspi, the book of inspiration. You know what I mean? Giving you the science behind what you eat. Realize whatever you eat gets into your bloodstream, and whatever charges your blood, the food that charges your blood also charges your spirit. Yeah. Spiritual progression and spiritual strength and all that is directly related to diet. And they don't know that. They don't even know that. You dig? So that's the one time I did bring up a waspi. Basically, man, I cooked all them with Bible. So before y'all even try to dismantle a waspi, you gotta deal with all this shit in your own backyard. How do you make any of this, link up and make sense? How?
there ain't nobody in this earth preparing it like that. Nobody. Look at this.
We gonna deal with it.
Look at this. Here go Peter again. Hey, that deal funny, son. and this is the service he has appointed to worship the Creator only and trust only in the prophet of truth, and to be baptized for the remission of sins, and thus by this pure baptism to be born again unto God by saving water, to abstain from the table of devils, that is, from food offered to idols, from dead carcasses. There it is again, son. Dead flesh.
You
from
going
animals
in?
which have been
I ain't never hear a breakdown like this, brother. You going in?
From animals which have been suffocated or caught by wild beasts, and from blood. As anyone can see, Peter, a true apostle, doesn't teach to eat whatever is sold at the meat market. That's what Paul teach. Paul went to Jerusalem, hollered at Yahshua's brother, and then went out on the road and started teaching what he wanted to teach, y'all. He ain't staying on business. Look at this. So a true apostle doesn't teach eat whatever is sold at the meat markets. Peter actually teaches not to eat dead flesh. Chewing on an animal sandwich is one and the same as eating at the table of devils. Bag drop. Look at this, y'all. Look at Peter the apostle's diet. Well, let's look at his diet then. Anti-Nicene, Christian Library, Clementine homilies. Boy, I'm first century with it. Somebody better tell these young boys that I do's this. Look how Peter eats, Sarnetta. However, such a choice has occurred to you, perhaps without you understanding or knowing my manner of life, that I use only bread and olives and rarely potted herbs. Y'all heard this? Peter say I eat bread, olives, and herbs. And that this is my only coat and cloak which I wear, and I have no need of any of them, nor aught of anything else. Y'all see that? So let's look at James. Look at this. I've been talking about James all night, right? Well, let's look at James, the brother of Messiah, and how he ate. Source, Nicene and post-Nicene fathers. Second series. I'm in Rob McCarthy. So trip off this side, Netta. I'm pre-Nicene. I'm pre-Council of Nicaea with it. I'm Nicaea Council with it. And I'm after the Nicene Council, and I'm still fiery, proving my position. Look at this. Nicene and post-Nicene fathers, second series. Actual book we got. Jerome and Gennadius. The lives of illustrious men. Really. Now let's go look at James. Let's go see. So if we talking about Jerome, Sarnetta, we talking about the 400s. All right, so we talking about the 5th century. Let me show y'all that real quick. Here it is right here. Okay, scroll on up. Right here. And I got a news flash for y'all, because I know some of y'all just sitting on 2 Peter 3:15. I love to be the bearer of bad news. The Apostle Peter didn't write the book of 2 Peter. Try again. And every scholar, including that nitwit Jacob Berman, who was just on her, who told y'all the Israelites are not even black folk. And y'all believed it, or didn't even call in and put fire on them for that. Yeah? Even Jacob Berman know that Peter didn't write 2 Peter. We'll get to that later, though. That's for anybody that want to pull up 2 Peter 3:15 and claim that Peter was vouching for Paul. I'm already ready for you. Hey.
All right. Hey, brother, you better be careful because I think Jacob Berman might be listening, brother.
They tell him come on home. He don't want no smoke.
So,
hey, you know what Jacob Berman though? He probably going to agree mainly with what I'm talking about.
Okay.
You know what this is?
All right.
Now look at this. This is Jerome writing about Peter in the 4th and 5th century. Look at this. Simon Peter, the son of John from the village of Bethsaida in the province of Galilee, brother of Andrew the apostle and himself chief of the apostles. After having been a bishop of the church of Antioch and having preached to the dispersion, the believers in circumcision in Pontus, Galatia, Cappadocia, Asia, and Bithynia, pushed on to Rome in the 2nd year of Claudius to overthrow Simon Magus and held the sacerdotal chair there for 25 years. This the chair that Yahog Belly say that he sits in now. Johanna, he says he sits at Peter's seat. Look at this right here. It says right here, chair there for 25 years until the last, that is the 14th year of Nero. At his hands, he received the crown of martyrdom, being nailed to the cross with his head toward the ground and his feet raised on high, asserting that he was unworthy to be crucified in the same manner as his Lord. Look at this. He wrote 2 epistles, which are called Catholic. The second, Catholic means universal. The second of which, 2 Peter, he wrote 2 epistles or 2 letters. The second of which, on account of its different from the first in style, is considered by many. And I remember this in the 400s, Sonetta. Is considered by many in the 400s not to be by him. 2 Peter. Peter did not shout out Paul. 2 Peter wasn't even written by Paul. Wasn't even written by Paul. And y'all, they knew that 1600 years ago. Sit down somewhere. Now let's look at James. How did James eat?
Hold up. I see you, Armin Ron McCarthy. I'm going to wait till he finished and then I'm going to bring you in.
Yeah. Just jump on in here and get smoked. Easy work. James, who was called the brother of the Lord, surnamed the Just, the son of Joseph.
Hey, them cats was mad. Them cats was mad, boy. Yeah. I know y'all. So I got all y'all thinking y'all something deep. You know what I mean? Like these cats ain't no deeper than a water puddle, man. These cats ain't no deeper than snail nuts. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like I don't get no type of spiritual nurturing, no type of spiritual progression, no type of advancement. Dealing, you know, this is advancing spiritually speaking. You don't get none of that listening to none of them. Like for real, it's crazy. Like they the big wigs in the H.O.K, but y'all, they mental midgets. They listen to me. None of them are ready for nothing that the creative gang is bringing out. None of them. It's above their pay grade. They rather argue about who an Israelite and nice things talk about Cornelius, the Israelite in the Roman army and doing all type of crazy. You're like, man, dude, look, man. All that is irrelevant based on what we're talking about. Care what you believe, if Cornelius was or wasn't one, who cares? All that's irrelevant if the God is false, if the prophet that everybody following is false, then that means whoever inspired them is false. All your little all your little rituals and whatever traditions that you call yourself so caught up in doing because you feel this is the right way, all that's irrelevant if the God and the one speaking for the God is false. And what you're doing is irrelevant, means nothing. You've been spinning your tires in the mud. Watch this.
By another wife, as some think, but as appears to me the son of Mary, sister of the mother of our Lord, whom John makes mention in his book, after our Lord's passion, at once ordained by the apostles, Bishop of Jerusalem, wrote a single epistle, which is reckoned among the 7 Catholic epistles, and even this is claimed by some to have been published by someone else under his name, and gradually as time went on to have gained authority. Hegesippus, who lived near the apostolic age. So Hegesippus lived during the late 1st century, early 2nd century. Now, he actually was called Hegesippus the Nazarene, actually. Hegesippus, who lived near the apostolic age, in the 5th book of his commentaries, writing of James, says, after the apostles, James, the brother of the Messiah, surnamed the Just, was made head of the church at Jerusalem. Many indeed are called James. This one was holy from his mama's womb. That means he was a Nazarite. He drank neither wine nor strong drink, ate no flesh. See, the apostles that rode with Yahshua weren't flesh eaters. They ain't celebrating, keep the Passover. Everybody observed Passover. Everybody didn't observe it the same way. They didn't eat flesh. They were against the sacrifices. You see that? Look at this right here. He drank neither wine nor strong drink, ate no flesh, neither shaved or anointed himself with ointment or bathed. Dang. So we see right here that James the Just never had a razor come on his head, never drunk wine, never drank strong drink, and never ate flesh. He was a Nazarite. He was consecrated from his mama's womb. Source, the Gospel of the Nazarenes, headshot. Gospel of the Nazarenes. Look at this. Chapter 2. Look at this. Look what the angel says to Miriam, the mother of Yahshua and James and them. Therefore, you shall keep your covenant to eat no flesh. So even the Messiah's mother would eat flesh. Therefore, you shall keep your covenant to eat no flesh, nor drink strong drink. For this child shall be filled with the Spirit, Holy Spirit, consecrated to the Lord, a Nazarite from his mother's womb. Talking about Yahshua. Yahshua was a Nazarite.
You going in, bro. You going in tonight. God damn it.
Yeah. Salute. Look at this. It says right here, it says a Nazarite from his mother's womb, and neither flesh nor strong drink shall he take, nor shall a razor touch his head. We all know Paul got a problem with long hair. Paul got a problem with the knotty head dread, man. Salute. Look at this. Look at this right here. Let me show you.
I don't know if Captain do this type of research, man.
Captain don't do this type of research.
Captain, leave this brother alone if you're listening, brother. Please,
He ain't ready for none of this. He ain't ready for none of this. It's above his pay grade. You know what I mean? Gospel of the Nazarenes, page 15. Headshot. Look at this. Verse 21. And the Lord said, look at this. Out of Egypt have I called my son, who shall be called the Nazarene. And he rose and took the young child and his mother and came into the land of Israel. And they came and dwelt in a place called Nazareth, where dwelt who? Nazarites and Essenes.
Now stop, brother. You got to break that down for me. I hear people call that scripture, but they never break it down. Out of Egypt have I called my son. Talk to me about that, man.
Yeah, so according to the biblical narrative, Israel was in Egypt, called out of Egypt as a son of the Creator. And also Messiah sojourned there while his life was being hunted. You know what I mean? So this is going into, this is showing that prophecy is actually talking about the Nazarene Messiah, the real one. You know what I mean? And it's saying that when he came and dwelt in Nazareth, Nazareth was a dwelling place for Nazarites and Essenes, and that's where you get the combination of Nazarene from. Nazarites and Essenes. Now remember, the Nazarites and Essenes, they rock a certain way. Now the apostles of Messiah rock the same way. Look at this. It also came to pass that in the second year of Yahshua's life, a second son was born to Joseph and Mary. His name was called James, meaning one who is just and righteous before the Lord, one who is of true Israel. As with Yahshua and John the Baptist, this is a family affair, y'all. As with Yahshua and John, he, James, was consecrated unto the Lord, a Nazarite from his mama's womb, according to the way. So we got Yahshua, we got John, we got James, we got Mary, we got Joseph. All of them rock this way. Look at this. In later years, they would have 3 more sons, Judah, Justice, and Simeon, and also 2 daughters, Asia and Lydia. And even the Bible tell you that the Messiah had a family, man, brothers and sisters, and don't nobody ever talk about it. We just talk about Paul. Huh? Now look at this. I'm almost done. Now look at this. Let me show you how real this is. You know what I mean? I don't want to hear nobody talking about I ain't pulling no sources. You lying.
Man, you going in. You showing it. You showing it.
So based off the ancient testimonials of Jerome, 4th century, and Agesippus, 1st and 2nd century, James, the brother of Yahshua, was a Nazarite and a vegetarian. He didn't chew on animals, drink wine, strong drink, or allowed a razor to touch his head. The Gospel of the Nazarene says the same thing. Peter the apostle, according to the Nazarene Acts of the Apostles, homily 12, chapter 6, was a vegetarian also. Now we know, now we know who Paul is calling weak. The true apostles. Amplified Bible. One man's faith permits him to eat everything. Really. While the weak believer eats only vegetables. Who you think he calling weak? Who he been talking about this whole time? Huh? While the weak believer eats only vegetables to avoid eating ritually unclean meat or something previously considered unclean. Paul of Tarsus or Saul of Tarsus, Romans 14:2. Now we know who Saul of Tarsus was talking about when he said they teach doctrines of devils that they command to abstain from meats. The true apostles. Remember, James already told Paul to abstain from meats. Paul wasn't prophesying about Malachi Maccabee in the last days, telling Israel to lay down the animal sandwiches. That's why Israel is sick. He wasn't prophesying about me. He was already talking bad about the Nazarene apostles that Yahshua already had ordained. The bros that was already rolling with this. Huh? Look what James told him. That you abstain from meats offered to idols. James the just, brother of Yahshua, Acts 15:29. Saul was already commanded, y'all. He was already commanded to abstain from meats offered to idols by the chief apostle. James the just, 1 Timothy 4:1. Paul again, Amin Ra McCarthy. 1 Timothy 4:1. Now the Spirit speaketh expressly that in the latter times some shall depart from the faith. Paul's faith, y'all. Giving heed to seducing spirits and doctrines of devils. Speaking lies and hypocrisy, having their conscience seared with a hot iron. Don't forget, Saul already called James and Peter and those with them hypocrites. That's Galatians 2, verse 11 through 14. He already called them hypocrites. Look at this, 1 Timothy 4:3. Forbidding to marry and commanding to abstain from meats. Well, brother, you already was commanded to abstain from meats by the ones Yahshua appointed. And we showed you that not only him that commanded you, but even Peter and them, that's how they rolled. Even Yahshua rolled like that. His mama, his daddy, his brothers, his sisters, his cousins, all of them rolled like this. So who is this nigga who never met Yahshua? And then all of a sudden tell y'all, you free to eat whatever you want. And whoever tell y'all to abstain from meats, is entertaining a doctrine of devils. It's just one problem. The first man, Adam, that's all he ate was vegetables and fruits, according to the biblical narrative. So that means you calling Adam weak. When the Greeks attacked the temple during the time of the Maccabees, Judah Maccabee and them, as long as the temple was under attack, they didn't eat a piece of flesh. Forbidden to marry and commanded to abstain from meats. He already been commanded to do that, which God had created to be received with thanksgiving of them which believe and know the truth. How is this a prophecy if Saul already was commanded to abstain from meats by James the Just? Look at this. Also, according to Jerome of Gesapis and the Nazarene Gospels, Yahshua, his brother James, his cousin John the Baptist were all lifelong Nazarites. No chewing on animals, no strong drink, no wine, and no haircuts. Now we know who Saul was talking about when he claimed long hair was a disgrace to a man. Because remember, if they're Nazarites, y'all, no razor touches their head. That means their hair is long. That means their hair is long and free forming. Salute the Not the Head Dread Month. It's organizations like the ISUPK, they got a problem with locks. That's how you know them niggas ain't about nothing real. They got a problem with locks. How about Yahshua was a Nazarite? James was a Nazarite. Look at this right here. New Living Translation. This is Paul. Try what Paul say about the long hair, Sonetta. Isn't it obvious that it's disgraceful for a man to have long hair? Dang, man. Look at this right here. Look at this right here. Now, to end this, I could go into there, but I'm about to go into Paul and who he really is. All right, that right there goes hard. It breaks down how Yahshua in Revelations, the 2nd chapter, was telling y'all, warning y'all about Paul. That's who he was warning y'all about. All right, anybody want to get it, we can get it on there, but I want to show y'all this right here. This is way more important. Look at this. Look at this right here. A lot of y'all running right here believe Saul was just a solid stand-up Israelite. He was an Israelite. He said he was a Benjamite. He was a Benjamite. He was an Israelite. He all good. Really?
This right here was the nail in the coffin. This was the nail in the coffin, man. They did have no clue that Josephus was writing about Paul. You know what I mean? Or Saul. They had no clue. And the crazy part about it, Saul already told you, hey, salute Herodian, they're my people. Aristobulus and them. They, like, most of them don't even know Paul and Op. They're like, well, he's from the tribe of Benjamin. You know what I mean? He say he is Israelite. All the Herodians claim to be Israelites after they converted to quote-unquote Judaism. They never claimed their Idumean ancestry. So the fact that he claiming he an Israelite doesn't prove that he is one. Show me Paul's Benjamite Israelite lineage, because I showed you Paul's Herodian connection. I showed you Paul's Herodian connection all the way back up to Antipater, the father of Herod the Great. So I challenge the Israelite community or the Christian community who believe that Paul was an Israelite, show me his lineage. Like how I pulled out the family tree in the chart and showed you his connection on back to Antipater. Show me Paul's Israelite family tree. That part. This where it really, this where it got Mickey and tricky at right here. You know what I mean? Hey, y'all, a bomb went off last night at the H.O.K. and they all saw it. You did? They all saw it and felt it. You see, Sinetta kept dropping bombs.
Saul of Tarsus. Saul is Paul.
If y'all get some understanding so far, though, man, go ahead and throw a vortex up in the chat, baby. Y'all know we do this. We do this, man. Easy work. Throw me a vortex up in the chat if y'all get some understanding, man. Creator gang is here now. Light workers of Jah. Light workers of the Creator, man. Let's work.
Saul of Tarsus and his Roman and Herodian connections. Salute Apelles, approved in Christ. Salute them which are of Aristobulus' household. Romans 16:10. KJV. That's Paul. Salute Herodian, my kinsman. Greet them that be of the household of Narcissus, which are in the Lord. Romans 16:11. Saul of Tarsus. Notice Saul is a relative of Herod the Great, the impostor Edomite king of Judah. He says, salute Herodian, my kinsman. What is Paul doing writing a letter to the assembly in Rome, and he telling them to salute Herodian? Well, y'all, the Herodians are descendants of Herod the Great and his father Antipater. They're not Israelites at all. They're actually Edomites. What is Paul doing calling Herodian his kinsman? And what is he doing saluting the household of Aristobulus? Who is Herodian and Aristobulus? Let's look. Watch this. Source, Brio.com. Herodians after the year 70. Who was Aristobulus? Paul showed writing to him. The descendants of Aristobulus, son of Herod. Oh my God. Son of Herod. You remember Herod and them are Edomites. They're Idumeans. Paul is writing to his letter in Rome, saluting the Herodians, saluting the Edomites. The descendants of Aristobulus' son, Aristobulus, son of Herod and Miriam, were the most influential family in Judean politics in the 3 decades before 66 CE.
Do y'all hear that? This nigga Paul is straight in his letter to the Romans, shouting out Not just regular people. He's shouting out top-notch Jewish aristocracy. But these cats are Herodians. He's shouting them out. Salute them which be of the household of Aristobulus. That nigga's an Edomite. That's a Herodian. Salute Herodian, my kinsman. My kinsman means my relative. I'm related to them. And it just, so Paul in his own mouth, out of his own mouth, claims he's related and says he has Roman citizenship as a freeborn Roman. He does all that. And then when you get over into Josephus, there's a Saul that's related to Herod Agrippa in them. You know what I mean? That's a Roman citizen that's causing all type of havoc during the first century. Dang, bro. Like, what the hell is really going on here? Watch this.
Hey, boy, sit down somewhere.
The Aristobulus in them were the most influential family in Judean politics in the 3 decades before the war kicked off with Rome. And Paul is shouting them out.
What is Paul doing saluting them? The most influential family in Judean.
My brother Fat P's in the building. Man, I ain't seen my brother in a minute, man. What's going on with Pete, man? Hey, y'all, that's one of the bros right there, boy. That's one of them bros to snipe you from a mile out, hiding up under some shrubbery. Hey, man, salute to my brother Fat P's, man. I ain't seen this brother in a minute. Good to look at you, bro. You know what I mean? Blessings to you and your family. I know that, believe that.
Politics weren't Israelites. They actually, believe it or not, were Herodians, Idumeans, Edomites. And Paul over here is shouting them out. The members were not only Herodians, but also Hasmoneans. Yeah, look at this. On their mother's side, Miriam was a granddaughter of both Hyrcanus II and Aristobulus II. After an adventurous career, Aristobulus' son Agrippa, Edomite, was appointed by Gaius in 38 CE, king of the former tetrarchies of Philip and Lysanias, and was granted the Praetorian Ornamenta, or the protection of the Praetorian Guard, y'all. The Praetorian Guard are the secret service of the Romans. They the feds. They like the secret service. So they you understand? They do their research.
Hey, big bro P's, you already know. Look, bro, I'm not about to play with nobody about nothing. You already know, boy. Nah. We play for keeps around here.
Sirs, they do their homework, and when they come to prosecute, you more than likely you going down. The Praetorian Guard were the bodyguards of the aristocracy of Rome and her friends, and they were heavy into the information side. So they were highly influential and had the protection of Rome backing them, the Praetorian Guard. All right, so when he says salute Aristobulus' household, y'all, he talking about a Herodian. That's what we talking about. Look at this. Look at this. Show you how real this get. Show you how real this get. Remember he said, when we said salute Herodian, my kinsman, that don't mean he related to him, Mally. Oh, okay, what's this? This right here, another source. I'm in Rob McCarthy. You need to get this. Stop looking like a mental midget out here. Parallel New Testament. All right. 3 versions paralleling each other, comparing 3 popular translations and parallel columns. And all these translations are older than the King James Version of the Bible. All right. We're dealing with the J.W. Etheridge, English translation of the Peshitta, James Murdoch, New Testament translation from the Syriac Peshitta version, and George M. Lamza, New Testament translation according to the Eastern text. All right. Now, so we're going back to Romans 16, verse 10 and 11. Okay. What does it say? As for the peace of the sons of the house of Aristobulus, Herodian, Edomite. As for the peace of Herodian, my who? Relative. Paul in Romans the 16th chapter, y'all, tells you off his own mouth that he is bloodline related to the Herods. Yeah, and the Herodians claim to be Israelites. They never claimed their Idumean ancestry. That's how Paul can say, I'm an Israelite. I'm a Benjamite. I'm one too. Because when the Herodians converted, to what you call Judaism, they never claimed their Idumean ancestry. You dig? Paul, in his letter to the Romans, is hollering at Aristobulus and an Herodian. What are the odds of that? Huh? What are the odds of that? And right here, he's saying that that kinsman that he said in the KJV mean his family. Paul is related to the Herod, y'all. He's bloodline related. Paul is an op. Look at this. And don't forget, they the same ones that killed John the Baptist, was in on Yeshua's death, killed James, killed Simeon Bar, another brother of Yeshua. The Herods, the Herodians, they were the tax collectors for Rome and Judea. Like the Alexanders were tax collectors for Rome and Alexandria in Egypt. No, Paul's related to the Herods. And then what are the odds? If he ain't, what are the odds of him shouting out Aristobulus and Herodian in the same verse or back-to-back verses? And he come right out and said, that's my relative. He said that. All right, I ain't said, he said. Look at this. Let's go show. Not only is Saul of Tarsus, look at this, Sinetta. Not only is Saul of Paul of Tarsus a bloodline relative of Herod the Great, he also had Roman citizenship. Did any of the apostles have Roman citizenship? No. Did Yeshua have Roman citizenship? No. Look at this. Acts 22, 25 through 29. Now, this kills him. Not only is he saying in the letter to the Romans that he's related to the Herodians, and he's shouting out Herodian and Aristobulus. Y'all, in Acts 22, Paul comes on outside and tell you that he's a free-born Roman. Free-born. Huh? Don't worry, we're going to look at how you become a free-born Roman citizen. Look at this. Acts 22, 25 through 29. Headshot. And as they bound him with thongs, Paul said unto the centurion that stood by, is it lawful for you to scourge a man that is a Roman and uncondemned? Look at that. So Paul about to get handled. So he levels his Roman card. He levels his Roman card. You know you can't beat me. I'm a Roman. And I ain't even been judged or condemned yet. Is it lawful for you to do such? Look at this. When the centurion heard that, he went and told the chief captain, saying, take heed what you do, is for this man is a Roman. Talking about Paul. Look at this. Then the chief captain came and said unto him, tell me, art thou a Roman? He said, who said he? Him said, yeah. Paul is admitting he's a Roman. What's this? You say, well, Israelite by blood, Mally, but you know, Roman citizenship. You know, like us today. It ain't nothing like us today. Nothing at all. See, then you only become a Roman citizen only by a few ways. Only by a few ways. Look at this.
Man, it's about to get real quiet. When I pulled up how you become a Roman citizen after Paul just said he was free-born. You did, dog, that right there was the nail in the coffin on him even being the Israelite. In other words, y'all, we got Paul's file. That's why people be like, so what you saying? Remove the letters of Paul? Hell to the no, don't remove them. Leave them right there where they at. We need to be able to look at what the hell is going on. That's scary as hell for all this that's been there this whole time and don't none of us look at it or understand it. The man of Op, that's what Amon Ra McCarthy or Tazar Yak wasn't understanding last night. The man of Op, bro, he was an enemy before his quote-unquote conversion and after. He was connected. Nero, Caesar, he connected with the Flavians, all that, bro. You dig? And the Flavians are the reason the Jewish people pray to a damn wall today. What the hell is you talking about? Look at this.
And he said, yeah, look at this. And the chief captain answered, with a great sum obtained thou this freedom. So the chief captain told Paul, I'm a Roman citizen, but I had to pay for my freedom. I once was a slave. I had to pay for it. Look what Paul said. And Paul said, but I was what? Freeborn. Freeborn. See, I mean, he didn't have to purchase his freedom. He was born a Roman citizen. He was born a Roman citizen. So look at this. Then straightway they departed from him, which should have examined him. And the chief captain also was afraid after he knew that he was a Roman. Man, that it said Roman about 5 to 10 times in them few chapters. And because he had bound him. Now, this is the question. How can Saul of Tarsus claim Israelite heritage, have Herod the Great as an ancestor, and be a freeborn Roman citizen? Watch this. Watch this. Source, scriptoclassica.org. All right. Look at this. The intervention of Julius Caesar, governor of Syria, in the affair of Herod's trial. Now I'm about to show you how Paul got his Roman citizenship based off who he's related to. Watch this. Remember, he said, I'm a freeborn Roman. He already said Herodian is my relative. He already shouted out Aristobulus.
Hey, y'all, this deal winding on up. I'm about to go ahead and drop the link in the chat. Y'all brothers and sisters, hop on, man. Chop it up with your bro. You dig? We doing a marvelous work out here. Matter of fact, it's already in the chat. It's pinned to the top of the chat. You know what I mean? So y'all hit that link and come on in, chop it up with your bro, man. Let's work.
He already told you he's freeborn. Watch this. Watch this. He's on down. I'm almost out of here. We're going to open it up and get it cracking. No problem. You dig? But hey, Cash better be addressing them scriptures I pulled out. You know what I mean? Like I went through plenty of scriptures. Paul's own words. Now look at this. This is how the Herodians and all those related to them got Roman citizenship. All right. About July 47, this is BC, Julius Caesar came from Egypt to Syria, and during his short stay there, settled the affairs of the province and rewarded those states and individuals who had given him military aid in the Alexandrian War, because the zealots, the Israelites who were standing on business in Egypt, they was warned against the Greek opposition, you know what I mean, in Egypt. So Julius Caesar come through there, they conquered them too. Right? Hyrcanus was appointed ethnarch of the Jews and high priest with all the traditional privileges accompanying the latter office according to Jewish law. Moreover, both these offices were to be hereditary, meaning you had to be an Israelite to be a high priest or to be a king. All right, or ethnarch, whatever. And with all the traditional privileges accompanying the latter office according to the Jewish law. Moreover, both these offices were to be hereditary. The Jews were promised autonomy and allowed to live, or more precisely, to be judged and to administer their internal affairs according to their own law. Thus, Caesar put an end to Judea's status as a subject state and raised her political and legal position to that of a free state. As part of this, look at this, as part of this arrangement, the Jerusalem Sanhedrin was restored to all its traditional powers, including the exclusive right to judge criminals. One of the individuals, pay close attention. This is how Paul can claim to be an Israelite, be related to the Herods, and have Roman citizenship. Look at this. One of the individuals whom Caesar rewarded for his courage and excellent military record in the Alexandrian War was Antipater, the father of Herod. So what did he do? What did Julius Caesar give Antipater, Herod the Great's father? To whom he granted what? Roman citizenship, boy. Bag drop, boy. Huh? Herod the Great, father Antipater, helped Julius Caesar subdue the Jews in Alexandria, and for that he rewarded Antipater Roman citizenship. Everybody can see that. And I have discussed elsewhere. Watch this. And I have discussed elsewhere the nature of this immunity. So if you get stamped as a Roman citizen, you immune. You got immunity. That's why Paul was like, you know, you can't whoop me. I'm a Roman. Because he's immune. You know, you got to be tried by a Roman of higher authority. I have discussed elsewhere the nature of this immunity by comparing it with the privileges granted by Octavian between the years 42 and 36 to Seleucus of Rhodes. In that paper, I put forward the suggestion that the privileges Julius Caesar granted to who? Antipater and his descendants were the same as those given later to Seleucus and his family. What was given to Roman? What was given to Antipater and his descendants, yo? Roman citizenship. Roman citizenship. Huh? Antipater is Herod the Great's father. You understand? And Herod the Great and everybody descended from Antipater automatically were born Roman citizens. That's why Paul said, I'm freeborn. Okay, let's keep reading. Watch this. Watch this. As we see, Saul is a bloodline relative of Antipater, the father of Herod the Great. This would explain why Saul told the captain of the guard that he was a freeborn Roman citizen. To be freeborn means you didn't have to earn citizenship, and that your parents were both born free. Hold on. If you are born a Roman citizen, a freeborn Roman citizen, that means both your parents were born this. That means your father and your mother were both born free Roman citizens. The privilege is solely based on the actions of your ancestors. Source, Wikipedia.org, Wiki, Roman citizenship. Types of citizenship. There it is. The Herodians all got Roman citizenship because of Antipater's heroic efforts with Julius Caesar and his war in Alexandria. Look at this. Citizenship in Rome could be acquired through various means. To be born as a citizen required that both parents be free citizens of Rome. So you can't even say that Paul's father was an Israelite, but his mama was an Edomite. No, that means both his parents were Herodians. Huh? Read it again. To be born as a citizen.
That's major because Paul said in Acts 22 to the captain of the guard say, are you a Roman? He said, yeah. The captain of the guard said, with great price, I obtained my freedom. Right? And then Paul responded to him and said, but I was free born. That's what Paul said. After he already said the Herodians he related to, after he already shouted out Aristobulus, Paul said he's a freeborn Roman. Types of citizenship. Citizenship in Rome could be acquired through various means. To be born as a citizen, he said he was freeborn. To be born as a citizen required that both parents be free citizens of Rome. That's ball game. That means Paul ain't even no Israelite. That means his father and mother were related to who? Antipater. Herod the Great's father. And because of what he did and helped out Julius Caesar, him and his descendants all were marked with the distinguished title of a Roman citizen. That means Paul's parents aren't even Israelites. How else could he be a freeborn Roman if his parents weren't free citizens of Rome? And remember, he's claiming Israelite heritage, just like the Herodians, who he said his family. But the only way you can be a freeborn Roman citizen, all while claiming Israelite heritage, is if you actually are related to Antipater, who's not an Israelite. Just claim to be an Israelite. The Herod the Great and them just claim that. But they not. You see? So if y'all understand that, give me a 9 up in the chat. To be a freeborn Roman, that Paul admitted to this in Acts the 22nd chapter. Verses 25 to 29, he admitted that he was a freeborn Roman. In order to be a freeborn Roman, both of your parents had to be free citizens of Rome. Well, that's the only way somebody claiming Israelite heritage. You understand? But it's blood related to the Herodians, right? Or if you blood related to them, then naturally you get the privilege of being called a Roman citizen based off what your forefather did, Antipater, what he did with Julius Caesar. You see that? Let me know if y'all understand that, man. The man basically told on himself. That's why I say, no, leave his letters right there. Don't take nothing out of them. That shit's scary, y'all. That means we all been up under a God spell. The stuff I'm reading coming right out of the Bible, for the most part. You dig? And that's why they had nothing for it, y'all. They never dealt with nothing like that. They never dealt with somebody so surgical. He gonna come in and put Paul's letters right in your face and show you what he's saying. They ain't never dealt with that. They ain't never seen Paul calling them pseudo-apostles. They never even tripped off. If he's saying apostles, he's talking about them. Who the fuck else? Excuse me. Who else is he talking about? Who else is he talking about? Even according to Paul, and he ain't even no apostle, but even according to him, the apostles are in Jerusalem. According to him, they're in Jerusalem. So who is he talking? Who is he calling false apostles? He ain't saying false deacons or bishops or presbyters, or he's saying false apostles. Once you get the understanding, y'all, there's only one group of apostles. You know what I mean? Paul gets so bold later on, y'all. He start making niggas apostles. You know what I mean? Man, this is nuts, man. He told on himself to be a freeborn Roman citizen mean both your parents are related to Antipater, which means y'all not no Israelites, man. You know what I mean, bro? You Jewish aristocracy. You privileged and all that. You feel me? This the guy Rome went with.
It required that both parents be free citizens of Rome. So that means both his parents are descendants of who? Herod the Great by way of Antipater. Look at this. Look at this. In order for Saul to be a freeborn Roman with citizenship, means that both his parents had blood relations to Antipater. Both his parents had blood relations to Antipater, the father of Herod the Great. Let's look at Antipater's family tree. Is Saul in there? Quick note, Saul's Greek name is Saulus, Sidnetta. Hold on. We better not look in Antipater's family tree and see Saul. He already said, shout out to Herod, or the Herodian, my kinsman. He already shouting out Aristobulus, another Herodian. He already said he was a freeborn Roman citizen. We just read what it meant to be a freeborn Roman citizen, meaning both your parents had to be freeborn. And in his case, both of his parents are what? Blood related to Antipater, the father of Herod the Great. So there better not be a Saul in Antipater's lineage. Uh-oh. Close family. Good night. Look at this, boy. Look at this. Close family of Coastal Boy, B Antipater. Coastal Boy, or B means son of. Or if it's a woman, daughter of. Now look at this. Here he is right here. That's Saul right there. Right in Antipater or Herod's lineage. There go Bernice. Lamatric back Bernice. Saul got a brother named Coastal Boy as well. A lot of y'all don't know that. And the crate, there go Miriam, Herod, Cyprus. You know what I mean? There go Paul right there. Saulus. Now, if he wasn't already saying them was his people, that wouldn't be believable. You can just, oh, that's a different Saul in a different time period. Okay. There he is, old lawless Saulus. Right? The family tree of Saul is based on Josephus' work, War of the Jews, and Antiquity of the Jews. See? All that's back there. Works of Josephus. Watch this. Watch this. Antiquity of the Jews, page 538. I'm going to get a closer look at it for you. Look at this. Look what's going on. Same thing you'll see right now. You need to ask yourself this. How in the hell does the War of the Jews and the New Testament have the same characters, same names, same places, same locations, and same concepts? How? And both were written from Rome in Greek. Now look what Josephus is saying. And now Jesus, the son of Gamaliel, became the successor of Jesus, the son of Damnius, in the high priesthood, which the king is Agrippa, and Herodian, and Edomite, which the king had taken from the other, on which account a sedition arose between the high priests with regard to one another. Now trip off this. That showed you that the Herodians were appointing their own priests. That means the Sadducees and the Pharisees were not full ethnic Israelites. Josephus tell you that the only real ethnic Israelites was the Essenes. You got it right here, the king appointing different priests. They putting Herodians and Edomites into the priesthood. Look at this, Acts 4, 1-6. For they got together bodies of the boldest sort of the people, and frequently came from reproaches to the throwing of stones at each other. But Ananias was too hard for the rest by his riches, which enabled him to gain those that were most ready to receive. Coastal Boris also, and Saulus. Now in Acts 4, Saul goes to Ananias, the high priest, to get permission You know what I mean? Acts 4 and Acts 5. Ananias, the high priest, is in there. Right? But y'all, this is supposedly 40 years later. Backdating the scriptures. Watch this. Because the bars also and Saul did to themselves get together a multitude of wicked wretches. And this because they were of the royal family. The royal family are the Herodians, Agrippa and them. That family tree I just went into, those aren't Israelites. Those are Edomites. Saul is related to the royal family who was ruling Jerusalem, and those are the Herods, because they were of the royal family. And so they obtained favor among them because of their kindred to who? Agrippa. Agrippa is a Herodian, y'all. Easy work. Easy work. And if Paul wasn't saying salute Herodian, my relative, then you probably could get that off and say that ain't him. But as long as he out his mouth saying he's blood related and he got Roman citizenship and he freeborn, we got to call a spade for what it is, man. But still, they use violence with the people and were ready and were very ready to plunder those that were weaker than themselves. And from that time, it principally came to pass that our city, Jerusalem, was greatly disordered, and that all things grew worse and worse among us. Almost done, son. Almost done. Look at this. Here go your boy again. We read Romans 16 and 11 already. Saul already said he's related to the Herods, which are the kings. So the men of power, perceiving that the sedition was too hard for them to subdue, and that the danger which would arise from the Romans would come upon them, first of all, endeavored to save themselves and sent ambassadors, some to Florus, the chief of whom was Simon, the son of Ananias, and others to Agrippa, the Herodian, among whom the most eminent were who? Saul. Saul, there he is right there. There your boy Paul is right there. Saul and Antipas and Costabaris, who were of the king's kindred. Romans 16 and 11, Paul says, salute Herodian, my kinsmen. The Herods were the kings. Easy work. Watch this. Watch this. Also, Paul in the New Testament just so happens to be in the same place that Saul is in Josephus. Achaia, the same place. Acts chapter 18, verse 12 and verse 27. Look at this right here. Look at this right here. Easy work. After this calamity had befallen Cestius, many of the most eminent of the Jews swam away from the city.
How much more you got, man? The people ready.
I got 10 more minutes and I'm done.
All right.
All right. After this calamity had befallen Cestius, many of the most eminent of the Jews swam away from the city, as from a ship when he was going to sink. Costabaris, therefore, and Saul, who were brethren together with Philip, the son of Jacomus, who was the commander of King Agrippa's forces. Nobody can deny Agrippa is a Herodian, is a king, and is not an Israelite. All right? Ran away from the city and went to Cestius. But then how Antipas, who had been besieged with them in the king's palace, but would not fly with them, was afterwards slain by the seditious, slain by the zealots. We shall relate hereafter. However, Cestius sent Saul and his friends at their own desire to Achaia. When you go read Acts 18, verse 12 and 27, Saul in the Bible is in the same place. How the hell is war the Jews and the New Testament have the same people, same name, same place, same concept going on? What the hell is really going on here? Look at this. It says to Achaia, to Nero, to inform him of the great distress they were in, and to lay the blame of their kindling the war upon Florus, as hoping to alleviate his own danger by provoking his indignation against Florus. All right. That's Acts 18. I just showed that already. Watch this. Watch this. Flavius Josephus. Here go the Flavians. Now look at it. Let me show you. Josephus is the one writing all the histories, y'all. He the one writing the histories from Rome in Greek. Look at this. Flavius Josephus against Apion, or Antiquity of the Jews. Most of y'all done read this but never pieced it together. I suppose that by my books of the Antiquities of the Jews, most excellent Epaphroditus. Some of y'all Bible believers done seen that name before. That name sounds familiar, don't it? Epaphroditus. Don't that name sound familiar? I suppose that by my books of the Antiquity of the Jews, most excellent Epaphroditus, I have made it evident to those who peruse them that our Jewish nation is of very great antiquity and had a distinct subsistence of its own originally, as also I have therein declared how we came to inhabit this country wherein we now live. Those antiquities, those histories, look what Josephus is saying. Those histories contain the history of 5,000 years. Sit down somewhere, anybody claiming that the Bible is promoting that the world was created 15 billion years ago or 12,000 years ago. Even Josephus is telling you 2,000 years ago that the history of the brews don't go back past 5,000 years. Ball game. All right. Contain the history of 5,000 years and are taken out of our sacred books, but are translated. So the whole 5,057.84 come out the Bible. Look at this. But are translated by me into the Greek tongue. Josephus is admitting he's the one writing the Hebrew history from Rome on his Caesar's pension in Caesar's palace and Caesar's playhouse. And he's writing the histories in Greek from Rome. He's the one writing. And when does the New Testament come out? When do the Gospels come out? After the fall of Jerusalem from Rome in Greek. You want to know who wrote it? Look at this. Look at this. Now, why is Josephus mentioning Nero Caesar's secretary, Epaphroditus? Why is it that Paul and Epaphroditus are longtime friends? Saul not only has citizenship, he's connected from the Herodian appointed high priest all the way up to the household of Nero Caesar. Y'all hear this? To hell with the French connection. Saul has the Roman and Herodian connection. Philippians 2:24 through 25. But I trust in the Lord that I also myself shall come shortly. Yet I supposed it necessary to send to you Epaphroditus. Y'all, Josephus just named off Epaphroditus. Epaphroditus is Nero's secretary. Josephus is Patreon and Paul's homeboy. The hell is really going on here? This man connected all the way up to the imperial court. He connected to Nero Caesar's right-hand man. Oh, what you gonna say? Oh, that's a different Epaphroditus. It's under a different time period. Let me tell y'all something. What are the odds that the War of the Jews and the New Testament once again have the same people, place, names, and concepts? And you mean to tell, and both were written in Greek from overseas after the war? And you mean to tell me something ain't going on here? It's just a coinky dink that Nero's secretary, Josephus's Patreon, just so happened to be Paul's homeboy. Huh? Epaphroditus, my brother and companion in labor and fellow soldier, but your messenger. He called him your angel, and he that ministered to my wants. Look at this. All the saints salute you. This is Paul again, Sonetta. All the saints salute you, chiefly they that are of Caesar's household. Sit your monkey ass down somewhere. This man connected. And the whole time he been firing shots at the real apostles. The real ones. Saul of Tarsus. Look at this. In closing, Yahshua of Nazareth had a family that he entrusted to continue his legacy and mission. Let's take a closer look at his bloodline. Matthew 13:55 through 56. Is not this the carpenter's son? Is not his mother called Mary and his brother James and Joseph?
Y'all get on, chop it up with your breath, man. Chop it on up. I'm gonna let this play though. But yeah, y'all hop on, chop it up. I'm about to let it play to YAH'KI and your boy Amon-Ra McCarthy and all that, man. I see Side took the screen off the presentation for this thing, but it's all good. Let's rock.
And Simon and Judah, verse 56. and his sisters, or are they not all with us? Whence then had this man all these things? Mark 6:3. Is not this the carpenter, the son of Mary, the brother of James and Joseph and Judah and Simon? And are not his sisters here with us? And they were offended at him. So according to the Bible, even Yahshua Mashiach had a family, a bloodline family. Source, Gospel of the Nazarenes, wrapping it up. Chapter 5, 22 and 23, showed it earlier. It also came to pass in the second year of Yahshua's life, a second son was born to Joseph and Mary. His name was called James, meaning one who was just and righteous before the Lord, one who was of the true Israel. As with Yahshua, so James and Yahshua and John the Baptist, he was consecrated unto the Most High, a Nazarite from his mama's womb, according to the way. In later years, they would have 3 more sons, Judah, Joseph, Simeon, and also 2 daughters of Asian Lydia. See that? Messiah was the oldest. A lot of y'all ain't know that. Anyone notice the names of Yahshua's brothers are identical with some of his apostles? James, Joseph is Joseph, Simon, Judas are all the names of Yahshua's brothers. So he had a brother named James and a disciple named James. He had a brother named Joseph and a disciple named Joseph of Arimathea. That's funny. Josephus' name is Joseph Bar Matthias. I'm going to keep it going, though. Point 3, he had a brother named Simon and a disciple named Simon. He had a brother named Judas or Judah, and a disciple named Judas or Judah. Is this a coincidence? Or are we to believe that some of his apostles are his actual prophets? Even Paul admits it. But other the apostles saw I none save James, the Messiah's or the Master's brother. Galatians 1:9, Saul of Tarsus, he admit, you know what I mean, that James is an apostle and he's a brother of Yahshua. Paul again, 1 Corinthians 9:5, have we not power to lead about a sister, a wife, as well as other apostles and as the brethren of the Lord? And Cephas, Saul of Tarsus. He's mentioning the apostles and his brothers all in the same breath, man. All right. First Christian bishops of Jerusalem. Look at the first 2. Look at that. See that? James, kinsman. See, so y'all, if somebody is ruling through the right to rule through bloodline, that's called a caliphate. The Messianic movement was a caliphate. He passed it to his brother, and when James got killed around 62, he passed it to Simeon Bar, his brother. See, Yahshua had a family, man, and it's been usurped by your boy Paul. All right, and then if you get into the Huffington Post, I ain't gonna go there today, but it's called the Chronological New Testament, and it shows you the order in which the New Testament was written. Paul's letters predate the Gospels. A lot of people don't even understand that side, you know what I mean? So look, I'm gonna go ahead and shut it on down. Stop the screen share. You know what I mean? And get her done. You feel me? Easy.
All right. What I want to say is during the question and answer period, brothers, let's not throw ad homs and disrespect each other.
All right, so it's about to get real, Mickey. This is where Rob McCarthy and Tazar prove that they are mental midgets, y'all. They had no clue none of this existed. They had no clue, man. Outside, look, they didn't even know Paul was talking like that in the Bible, let alone me bringing out like the Clementines and the Nazarene Acts and all that. They wouldn't even read that. Look, they had no clue Josephus was writing about Saul. They didn't know Saul or Paul has a lineage in Josephus that connects him back to Antipater, Herod the Great's father. So shit, that means he ain't even no Israelite. They had no clue about the Roman citizenship. How do you become freeborn? None of it. And that's why Tazar look goofy. That's why Rob McCarthy look goofy as all hell, man. You dig? I got the big homie in the building. Y'all better watch out, boy. Cosmon Cal, man. My brother, man. What's the word? I talk to
man. Peace to the righteous gods and Nirvanian goddesses, man. Create a gang up in this thing. Hey, listen. I cannot stress this enough. This was a master class on Paul. This is PhD level theology. They teach this at Yale. They teach this at Princeton. They teach this at Harvard. You want to go to the University of Cal, anywhere. This is the exact same things you're going to be learning on the PhD level. So my thing is, if this is what's being taught in the halls of you know, what they call greater society or whatever, you dig what I'm saying? That would mean they are literally looking at us and laughing at us.
Facts.
That we sitting here debating this stuff, that if you just slow down a little bit and actually looked at it and then contextualized it and then put it back on a historical timeline, it would show you exactly what Mally just showed.
Facts.
So that means that any of the great theologians, they have to know this. So that means one of three things is happening. First of all, they have to be hiding it. And if they hiding it, they only sharing it with this is why it's PhD master level. You dig what I'm talking about? Two, if you notice, it's not being taught in the church. So this shows conspiracy to keep you dumbed down to a certain understanding. And three, this shows that they are just mocking you,
man,
with your own text. And then the crazy part is, we got to understand, the people who are written about in the text are not even the real Israelites.
Bring it out, Cal. Bring it out.
If you prove your Israelite heritage through a Bible, you're not the real ones. If you went to war, you did the opposite of what the real Israelites did. If you lived in a kingdom, you did the opposite of what the real Israelites did. If you praised Saul, David, Solomon, you did the opposite of what the real Israelites did. If you went to war against the Amalekites, you did the opposite of what the Israelites did. If you even walked east out of Egypt, you did the opposite of what the real did. If you got a book that attempts to teach you who you are, if you got a book to teach an Israelite how to be an Israelite, you ain't one. If you need anybody to go into the Holy of Holies for you, you ain't one. You ain't an Israelite. Real Israelites never needed nobody or a priest. The reason you follow the Levitican law is because you are a Levitican, a hanger-on, a want-to-be. You want to be from the sons of Moses. This is why you claimed up Ishmael. You heard it? Who we gonna say we kin to? We can't say we kin to Isaac. No, he know that nigga. Didn't they say he had a son named Ishmael? Yeah. We Ishmael. Y'all seen Moses dropping light bombs? This nigga hit a rock and a water came out. Listen, he had a damn light in the daytime and fire at night following this nigga. Listen, where is your light that precedes you and follows you over there in the Middle East? Nobody speaks of it. Why? Because you didn't have it on you, because you ain't the real ones. The people you hate so much, the Hamite, Canaanite people, them your mamas. You a Canaanite. This is why they say you Hebrew, because you was strangers, foreigners. This is why you had to go kill for your land. Even after your God said he gave it to you, you still had to go kill it, kill a nigga and take it.
What Yahweh? What Dreadful Cosmon is? He dropped off?
Yeah, it looked like it. He probably popped back on.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's
man.
the Cali Connect.
Look, man, what went down yesterday, I'm gonna say it again, was dangerous because we used Paul's own words. Y'all, he told himself, and trip out this, y'all. That right there shows you dig, that we've been up under a God spell. How the hell you been talking like this the whole time? You didn't have Bible and didn't know it. None of us knew that. I was totally oblivious to what Paul was saying up until a couple years ago. I never knew he wasn't on one accord with them. I knew they got their few arguments and all that, but it never hit me, dude. Like, hold on. For one, the only apostles are the real ones.
Right.
And this is how you become an apostle, right? His only claim to apostleship is his vision, but damn, his vision don't line up. He got holes in it. And then, even if that was the case, right? You know, us as people, we were still willing to overlook, certain discrepancies and still rock. But why is he cursing these brothers out, condemning them? Why is he pronouncing the judgment of castration? You dig? Like, why he going so hard trying to defend some shit that he really ain't about? Like, again, he's saying false apostles. According to Paul himself, the only other apostles are the real ones. Even if you believe he was an apostle, when he say apostle and he ain't talking about himself, who you think he talking about?
Right, it's only 12 other apostles.
It's only 12 in
the house of Israel. Period. You dig what I'm talking about? So where does 13th nigga come from anyway?
Exactly, bro. It don't even make sense when you all you gotta do is use your common sense and just look at it. All you
is it a literary invention to write the Herodians into the history of the Jews?
Hey, why would that be so hard to understand?
They the only ones writing first century.
Yeah, these niggas is connected. They the tax collectors for Rome.
Come on.
And the Flavians. That's what I'm saying. The Flavians are the reason these cats pray to a wall today.
Hey, didn't Paul say Paul say he robbed Christian churches?
Yeah, let's look that up. Hold on, Carol. Yeah, let's go ahead. And go ahead and milk this cat a little more, man. Hold on. Hold the hell on.
Paul.
Other churches. He did say that. You sure right.
Polar Solace.
This nigga is a straight clown, bro. Like,
hey, he one of them, undercover, dudes that the government send in like they did with remember the movie Black Messiah?
Yeah.
Remember the brother that they sent in?
That one puss-ass nigga.
Yeah, man. And then you had the other nigga, what was his name? Stokely Carmichael? The one that came up with the black power, the light-skinned nigga?
Yeah. The Carmichael,
yeah. This nigga was a agent for the he came up with the whole black power nigga. He is proven through Freedom of Information Act to be
he's fed. Yeah, he's a confidential informant. Yes.
From Barbados. Them niggas from Barbados, they not even American niggas. But he looked like us, so they allowed him in. He's speaking that old revolutionary, oh yeah, brother, we gotta fight the man, brother. Yeah. Black is beautiful, nigga. You didn't never tell us what black was.
Never.
It's the absence. The most colorful people in the world are represented by the absence of color.
Daryl Cosmon in the building. What's the word, King?
Hey, peace to you gods, man. How my brothers doing?
Man,
bro,
to the God.
we alive and
much love to
kicking
you.
these false gods in the ass and taking names. What's up with
Hey,
you, bro?
listen, I ain't got too much. I ain't really got nothing profound to say. You know, Calvin is up here setting it on fire and saying it for us. You know what I mean? I don't get huge off into the history too much because it's so fuzzy. But what you did last night, brother, was amazing. And it was a history lesson. It was a history lesson for me that was easy to understand because, and I'm gonna say it like Calvin said it last night. Once you get to the part that in the Bible that talks about the criteria for being an apostle, conversation should be over.
It's over. Yeah.
The conversation over. You know, anything you talking about beyond that is just rhetoric. It's just rhetoric and subjective rhetoric. That's all it is, man.
Yeah.
My thing is, look.
Hey, Daryl, did you peep the YAH'K say what they did in Acts chapter 1 of about being an apostle? That's just something that they did.
Yeah, I watched the whole thing, man.
Tell you,
I didn't understand anything.
They just did.
I ain't understand anything that brother was talking. That was coming out that brother's mouth, man. He was actually going off subject with a whole lot of it too. And then he got to saying something about Thanksgiving turkey, and I was like, where the hell is this going, man?
Hey, y'all got reduced to talking about some Thanksgiving turkey. That boy was eating turkey on Thanksgiving.
Sure was.
You know, but created undefeated. And what's crazy is Waspi wasn't even on. Waspi didn't come up last night. Waspi didn't even come up last night. You know, people got any feelings and started bringing up Waspi on their own. Well, Waspi ain't come out of nobody's mouth.
Exactly. Y'all still got to deal with the discrepancies in the Bible. I cooked the entire H.O.K. last night with Bible. And the supporting text to back up what I was talking about. You know what I mean? So we didn't bring Waspi up. I mentioned Waspi without them knowing it when I was saying whatever charges your blood, charges your spirit.
Whatever charges your blood, charges your spirit. Sure does.
You know what I mean? So I did mention it, but I ain't.
You were talking over their head. They wouldn't have caught that no way. Yeah. It would have just seemed as if truth to them.
Yeah.
Because it is. You dig what I'm talking about? But that's all it would have seemed to them. Oh, he just adding that in from what the Bible said. They would have known that no way.
No, man. But that's how you produce a man. That's how you produce a warrior and a man with contention. You want to go ahead and give him that. Go ahead and give him that meat so that they can bind with his blood and produce that hot fury of that warrior-like, contentious-like spirit. That's how you do it. You know what I'm talking about? That's how you do it. But you want that herbivorous man to Pete, you go ahead and get them apples and them oranges and them mangoes and them beans and them rices and them grains and them herbs and them seeds. And you let him observe the herbivorous animals out there in nature about how they real chilled out and docile. But if you look at them animals though, too, the herbivorous animals, they the biggest ones out there in the field, man. They the biggest ones out there.
Right.
I was thinking the other day when.
That's true, bro. You know what I mean? If you think about it, the silverback gorilla don't eat flesh.
The gorilla, the elephant, the ox, the hippo. I think hippos chew on carcass, but it's not part of their main diet though. They herbivores too.
No doubt. Keon Cooper says, for some years now, I heard other Christian leaders challenging this apostle title, but you, Malachi, put it together beautifully. Man. Gino and others will be mad. Yeah, Gino Jennings ain't no apostle. There are no apostles today, y'all. That's what niggas don't want to realize. No, you're not an apostle. You wasn't no day one. None of us have met Yahshua in the flesh. None of us witnessed him doing his work, coming in and going out amongst the brethren. None of us witnessed his immersion, and none of us witnessed when Jah called him up out of here. None of us.
Them niggas don't even know when he was born.
Exactly.
Or how old he was when he died.
Periods in which Jesus was born. Matthew chapter 2 and Luke chapter 2.
2 different time periods.
You don't even know that. And so that show you they making up some shit.
Yeah.
You feel me? You don't even know that the real Yahshua was born back during the Hasmonean dynasty.
Yeah. I mean, here's a question that I have, because I'm recently just really getting into the history of this theology. What I'm trying to understand is, how did this Aramaic speaking Shemite? He's an Aramaic speaking Shemite. Yes, you is. How did your life story pop up in a whole nother language from what you speak? I don't understand it. That's like me. Okay, I'm in America. I'm growing up. I speak English all my life. I'm in America, right? I pass away. All of a sudden, my story show up in Russian. How my bibliography show up in Russian?
Hey, and now you say it like that, brother, you make all the sense in the world. That don't make a lick of sense.
None. Now another.
Dreadful Cosmine, talk to us, big homie.
Peace to the guys, man. I just wanted to say, man, that what you did last night was like that was a game changer, man. That was a game changer indeed.
Somebody God got hit last night.
Man, they're gonna have to go do some studying, man. They're gonna have to go back and really do some studying, man, and really open their eyes to this, because that's gonna change everything, man. Each one of us on here knows that once we realize this information, that changed how we looked at everything.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So if they don't want to change their whole life, they're gonna continue to walk around in the darkness. They're gonna choose to go along with what Paul said. You know what I'm saying? Because they scared to change, man. That's what people's problem is. They scared to change.
Absolutely.
They'll see it and not even want to and see. They'll see everything that you said and still deny it because they're so used to doing what they've been doing.
They comfortable.
Hey, big homies. Hey, man, the crazy part about it, man, to me, like, if a brother bring out some stuff I ain't never tripped off of, I'm not even finna jump on and try to debunk them or none of that. You know what I mean? And that's how you know YAH'K and Amin Ra McCarthy was up there under ego or led by ego or lower.
That's all it is, ego.
A real man gonna tell you, man, I don't know shit about what he talking about. I gotta look at that.
Yeah, you ain't gonna get nowhere with an ego, man. You never gonna rise anywhere, man, with that ego. You gotta let that go, man, and look into shit. You know what I'm saying? If I don't know nothing about something, you know what I'm saying, I'm not gonna say nothing until I look into it, until I got some information to be able to share. You know what I'm saying? If you ain't got no information to share on the subject, keep your fucking mouth shut.
Yeah.
Real talk. My brother Nazarene is seen in the building. What's the word?
Yo, shalom. What's good, family? Peace,
man.
to
Talk to me, big bro, man. What's the word?
Shalom to you, brother. Shalom to you.
Shalom. Hey, man, I just want to say, man, last night was magnificent. It was lovely. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it was brought out so easy. A child could get it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? A child can get it. You know. So, but what I gotta say though, one thing I learned and I see. When you serving a false God, your man gonna be messed up. You ain't gonna be able to grasp the stuff that you come out with. You know what I'm saying? You know, so I see why. That's why we be on the gods like that. Because we can get them off them false gods, then they'll start to see all the rest of the falsehood. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. And you know what I think is really stopping them from seeing it is their diet, man. I really think the diet is the key to this. Because I don't think I was presented with things when I was eating flesh that now I see that I couldn't see when I was eating flesh. And it's the same information, but now that I'm not eating the flesh, I can receive the information better, man. So I think that diet is very important. That's why the niggas are so low vibrational over there, because they still stuffing meat in their mouth.
That's true. That's true. And I can vouch for that because Mally, when you me and my wife got immersed, it was what?
Man, shit, man, don't get me to.
It was October last year.
Was it October? Or was it the summertime?
Yeah, it was. I believe it was summertime.
It was in the summertime, bro. It was like I want to say June or July of last year, if I ain't mistaken. It wasn't in the fall. I don't think. I think it was summertime.
Right. And that's in the time when you was hitting me, letting me know about the diet, letting me know about the flesh.
You know what? But you have been paying attention. You was like, hey, so how long you been off the flesh? And I was like, bro, I've been off it about a year, a little bit over a year now. You know what I mean? You dig?
Exactly.
And then what I like about you though, because you already was shooting stuff like, hey man, how come Exodus 34 don't match with Exodus 20 about them 10 commandments, man? Something's going on. Yeah. I was like, damn, you got a point. That shit don't match up.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? He got feast days and the 10 commandments and all that. Like what the hell? So right after the immersion and all that, You did. You jumped down. You started. You You went vegan or you went plant based right after that. Remember,
Right after that.
Where we go? We went to the bread company, Panera Bread.
Yep. I looked over at you. I said, "Look, I'm gonna get me I'm gonna go ahead and get me a pizza, but I don't want no meat on it."
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey, you and your wife started eating plant-based right then and there.
Right then and there.
Right then and there. Y'all started then.
The next day, she cleaned the whole house out. All flesh was gone. I'm talking about just like that. Boom.
That's
you know what I'm saying?
Right
and right after we got off the flesh, that's when I started digging and I started getting stuff. And this is where I'm at now. Nazarene scene all day.
Yeah, bro. Hey, look, I witnessed it. I saw you. I was like that, bro. Hey, so look. I witnessed the whole thing down to when you was like, hey, I ain't ate no flesh in a week. Exactly. I go back that far to where bro bragging that he ain't ate no flesh in 7 days. I'm like, yeah. And to look up well over a year from then.
Yeah.
We a year and a half in now.
Yeah, we in there. You
been
already
on
know.
a year and a half, easy, bro.
That's powerful.
Easy.
You know what I mean? And I remember you was with it so hard that you was only a week off the flesh and was posting it. Like, I don't eat no animals. Nigga, I don't eat this. Nigga, it's on. I said, yeah, bro, with this, you dig? And
exactly.
Still around a year and a half later, banging.
Bang, you know exactly.
Bro, keep doing what you're doing, man. I love them Facebook lives you be doing. I always check them out. You know what I mean? Bro, keep bringing that history out. You know what I mean? Because our people need to understand there's a difference between the history and the literature.
For sure. Already. No doubt.
Man.
No doubt, man. I salute all y'all, man. Creator gang, you already know what time it is. You know what I'm saying? But look, everybody them dudes gotta step it up. You know, I keep the blue on deck. You know what I'm saying?
Damn.
You know, we there. So, you know, I salute all y'all, man. Love y'all brothers, man.
Yeah. Much love to you too. And I want to second that, Nazarene. I see you doing your lives too on YouTube, and I mean not YouTube, but Facebook Live, and I catch it when I can. But I love what it is you're doing. I love what it is you're doing, and then I love that a lot of y'all. I love that a lot of the family is stepping up and getting in front of the camera and putting this information out there because we need it to happen. I'm also. I think Sister Tick was working on some things too, and she's doing something that's very unique also. Yeah, so she's working her angles as well. So I love what it is y'all doing. I love that y'all stepping up, man, and showing face and getting it out there.
No doubt. Much love, family. Much love.
Hey, Nazarene is saying, man, look on the screen. What they say. Look what Ema say. Ema said you need to do a YouTube too. You need to do don't just go live on Facebook. Go ahead, put a YouTube channel on up there, bro. You know we support.
No, hey, Ema, say less.
Yeah, Ema, he said say less. It's on the way.
For sure. But I just want to step in because you know I was at work, man. I'm just getting off. Had to get that OT, so you know, go ahead and get myself together.
The Brews gonna say you was working on the Sabbath, brother.
Hey, and I was picking up sticks.
All right, man. Hey, blessings to you and your fam, bro. You already know, man. Nothing but love over this way, man. Created gang, bring and we raise them straight up.
Already, saying to you too. Peace out, fam.
Peace.
Much love. Much love.
NehemiYAH in the building. What up, big homie? NehemiYAH must be away from the phone. Little takes or whatever. Dreadful Cosmine, talk to me.
Can you hear me?
NehemiYAH.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, big homie. Talk to us.
Man, what's going on, family? Hey, bro, I was there with that submission of bro, man. Look,
hold on. Hey, everybody mute their mic. Nee, you sound like you underwater or something. All right, go ahead, Nee.
How I sound now?
A little better, a lot better. Go ahead.
Okay, I must have been echoing through everybody else's mic. But yeah, man, I was with bro when he went down, man. Boy, almost, but did I fall in the water with him? I don't know, I might fail with him. But yeah, I mean, we went to go eat, man. We had a joyous time that day, man. It was me and my wife, him and his wife and you. We drove all the way out there to Sullivan, Missouri, bro. It was about a 45-minute, almost an hour drive out of St. Louis. Went down to Sullivan, Missouri, the Merrimack River.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yep, as we went. Then we went up there and hit the bread company. No,
oh yeah, you talking about after bro Yehuda and his wife got immersed. Yeah, we was all together. Me, you, his wife. Yep, NehemiYAH, his wife. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, man, look, excellent job last night, man. I'm talking about, bro. You can't get away from the information, bro. See, what they don't have privy to is, or how they came across, is what you came across. And they have not done the history part of the scriptures. So when you get right there and deal with the history aspect, and you bring the history aspect to the table, it's an over with job. You can't get around that. So once you add the history to it, and you lay it down, and you put it with the scriptures, and just like what Cal was saying, y'all don't even know when the Messiah was born. You got 2 different dates in the Bible alone. You can't line it up. And they're scared to say contradiction. And it's there. You can't get past Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 without contradiction. You can't get past Genesis 1 and you can't deal with monotheism with Genesis 1. You already lost monotheism right there. So, man, look, the brothers get hurt. They worshiping deities. So, hey, bro, keep banging, man. I'm proud of you.
Hey,
I'm with you.
Man, that mean a lot coming from you, but you already know, bro. You know your little bro. I'm not about to play with nobody about nothing. What you feel about me telling Sonetta I'm not finna debate his wife? What you feel about that, big dog?
Hey, look, you step up, man. Hey, listen, you know, hey, bro, no disrespect to none of the sisters in here, bro. Look, I'm not on that daughter stuff, man. Listen, I let one of the women deal with the women, man. I'm not dealing with the daughters like that, bro. It's not a male to female chauvinistic thing, but it's just where I'm at in my life. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna beat down on no daughter of Zion or no daughter at all. It's just not where I'm at as a man. It's just me. I'm gonna come and lift you up and save you. Malaki can tell it's many stories. Boy, I done rushed up and boy, I done nothing. Boy, listen, I don't play when it comes to the women. So I'm not gonna beat down on them. I'm not dealing. I'm not. Malaki tell you, look, I put a call out. Don't let one of my daughters call. Boy, it's over. And Malaki will tell you, boy, we come deep when one of our daughters call. And don't let it be one of my personal daughters. Ooh. But don't let one of me, boy, me and my sons. Ooh,
yeah, it's gonna be some furniture moving. So
boy.
we ain't, what NehemiYAH is saying, we ain't chauvinistic or nothing like that. It's just like, bruh, like we hold lions out here. We sharks. So you can't be a guppy swimming around me. It don't matter if you a female or male guppy. You fool. So that's what I was telling Sonetta. Like he was like, the first one up is Nepal shit. I said, look, I don't even want me and you to be at odds like that, bro, because I'm gonna handle her like a man. You dig? And that's what I'm saying.
And that's gonna be a problem. You're gonna be mad at me, bro. If I do your woman bad, bro, we'll never come back.
Yeah,
we'll never come back.
You got a problem. Me and you got a problem for life behind it. Because if any man talk to my woman how I'm about to treat your woman, brother, nigga, I'm gonna be real with you. I would have a problem with me until we had a conversation. You know what I mean? Just to be solid. Like, so I wouldn't put I would never put my woman in a position to argue with men. I wouldn't do that. You know what I mean? That's why I'm telling Quanaf and them that, you know, get that girl. She a liar anyway. Get her the hell off the front line, man. You know what I mean? Like, bro, there's a reason why there's women MMA and women boxing and women everything. There's a reason that's there like that, because that's just what it is. The women should be debating and arguing with women. Why men? Why men? You know what I mean? Or why would men argue with women? Why?
Right.
Why? We all process stuff differently, and we already know with us it's warfare. See, like we didn't come through the H.O.K to play with you. And you know what I mean? Exchange smooth soliloquies and make a couple pen pals. No, we here to deliver your ass out of hell. We here to drop Megaton light bombs and bring light to the situation. That's what we here to do. We not here to do all that. We ain't here to do none of that, man. You dig? So yeah, man. That's what I was talking about. And I just told him, I said, bro, that's gonna put me and you at odds, and I don't even want that.
You know what I mean?
Another thing too, Mal. You know, if you don't mind me, jumping in. Let me plant back off of that. It's just like with this new thing about the transgender, right? Those who born male who has the XY chromosome, right? And they jumping into these women's sports. They couldn't dominate nothing in the male sport, right? As soon as they go into the woman's sport, they dominate because we're not the same. There wasn't nothing in the man's side, but they go to the woman's side, they can dominate in the wrestling, swimming, and everything else. That's why we don't send men to go deal with women, bro. When a man and man deal, you win or lose. But you send that same soft, weak, poo-butt man over to deal with a woman, he win. Just look at this trans. That's why this transgender movie shows what me and Mallie talking about. That same man go over there and deal with a woman, he come out a winner for some reason.
Yeah, and they build their self-confidence off overpowering a woman.
Yeah. Go ahead and speak about it, Darryl.
No, I was just that's all I wanted to say. It's like, they build their self-confidence off overpowering women. It ain't no different than criminals who will go rob a female and don't rob no man. Man to get at your ass. You know what I'm talking about?
Exactly, bro. So that's what I was on, man. Just like, nah, bro, get a man up here. There's plenty of these niggas pump faking. Jehovah Ghost TV, Jehovah Holy Ghost TV. It's a gang of the cat pump faking. Your hog belly, General Yohana. You know what I mean? Like, it's a gang of these cats pump faking like they something special. It's a gang of them. You know what I mean? So that's why I was like, nah, get a man up here, bro. I'm not about to argue with Nepal about nothing. Naphtali. I went on Naphtali channel just to have a discussion. You dig? And we caught her in a blatant lie. Like, I'm not even finna entertain that bullshit. And then her husband knew what it was because he hit me up after that. I was like, bro, I got so much love for you. It's all good. Hey, man, we ain't taking nothing personal. We just gonna keep it moving. I was like, all right, that's what's up. Now what's up? You know what I mean? But that's why I told him. That's why I will never debate your woman. Because, bro, me and you gonna be at odds.
Right.
We're gonna be at odds, bro. So why would I do that? Why would I put you in a situation as a brother to feel like you an enemy of mine? You know what I mean? So yeah, man. Hey, it was a beautiful thing. Like I say last night. And bro, the only ones that got on there to try to say something was Amin Ra McCarthy and Tazar YAHKI. And bro, that got handled so easy. That wasn't even funny. You know what I mean? It got handled so easy, man. It's just like, come on, I already know where y'all going. What you are reading to me, you feel me, is you trying to make Paul's words agreeable with your doctrine. And that's not the case, bro. Like Paul, before and after his quote unquote spiritual experience, was an enemy. There's no reason to cuss these men out. There's no reason to condemn them. There's no reason to call them pseudo and fake. There's no reason to call them workers of Satan. And there's no reason to diss them eating herbs. There's no reason to talk about the men that got the long hair. Well, bro, they was Nazarites. It wasn't a razor touch their head.
You know what's crazy, Mally? I just thought about it too. The entity appeared to Paul like that, the same way an entity appeared to Abraham and told him to kill his son.
Yeah.
Hey, and just to hint back a little bit, I think my phone silenced me out because I was trying to tap in with y'all brothers when y'all was talking on the fact of us going against women. The thing is, they never look at it from the male perspective. You see what I'm saying? If I fight my woman and mentally, spiritually, to debate or otherwise, I lose. Whether I win or I lose in the debate, I lose.
Yep.
And then they're going to hit me with and if I do her bad, if I do her real bad, like I'm going to do her, you dig what I'm talking about? They're going to say, oh, he's misogynistic, or, oh, he was supposed to, or they'll go the whole other way and say, well, he was supposed to do that. And you dig what I'm saying? And then try to, slight you on the other end. We in a lose-lose situation when it is that we fighting against the people who are going to build our next nation. It comes through them. So why would I fracture the bricks that my home will be built of? Fracture the foundation bricks that my home will be built on before I even lay the foundation. It don't make sense for us to now me personally, I don't have no problem. If you stick your head out there, I'm willing to punch it. But the thing is, the thing is, what they gotta understand is, though, we was never punching at you. We was punching at your God. You just the one hollering, ouch. Oh, he hit my God. Is we okay, God?
Slave syndrome.
Yeah, Master, is our house on fire?
Is we sick, Master?
Is we sick? I'm kicking your God. Why you hollering? This is what they're not understanding. So we just proving the depths of that cognitive dissonance. And then it's so apparent that it's cognitive dissonance because they don't know what we're talking about. Yet they're opinionated about. You see, he went to that Bible. You see, Tazariot went straight to that Bible, and all he did was argue to agree with Mally.
He sounded like a Christian. He sounded just like Amon Ra McCarthy.
It hit different when ISUPK and Amon Ra McCarthy is caping for the nigga Paul.
Yeah.
It hit different. Let that sink in. The Christians, Amon Ra McCarthy and them, and Tazariot is caping on the same level for a nigga that said, just go do what you want to do. Don't even think about it.
That shows you
he don't even agree.
Yeah, it's the same.
Do as thou wilt.
He don't even agree with first of all, Paul don't even agree with real Hebrew doctrine. He teach the exact opposite. So if you want to know what Paul teach, it is the opposite of what James and them teach.
Right.
If you want to know what James and them teach, all you got to do is look at the opposite of what Paul taught. And so when you brought that fact out and laid that on the table, and now niggas got to deal with it. You just got to deal with this. Don't get mad at me. Get mad at your God that he didn't inform you on this. Why wouldn't he inform you on this? That's the question you need to ask him. Why the faith got this? You don't.
So the faith is the real Israelite.
Shit.
And that's what I was telling them. I was like, look, all that translating today's language, y'all got to tap in with Creator Game, man.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's what all this is saying. We the only ones talking about the Creator and the higher light. And you know what I mean?
Everybody else talking about men.
Example on how you resurrect and you know get salvation, and we're giving you something practical.
Right.
You know what I mean? So we the only ones talking about the ever-present Creator. YAH'S not.
Nope.
Amon Ra McCarthy for sure ain't talking about the Creator.
How he ever present, and he's sitting in one place on the throne.
Yeah, that he's localized. I mean, he's not everywhere at one time.
Makes no sense.
This why he ain't know where Adam and them was at.
Dreadful Cosmon, my brother.
Peace to the guys. I'm just listening in, man.
Can you turn your speaker up just a little bit? Just a little bit. Microphone, just a little bit.
How it sounds? Still sound low?
You sound a little better. Go ahead.
I was just saying, man. Peace to the guys, man. I'm just listening, man. Y'all keep carrying on, man. I'll chime in.
Hey, man, you should. Hey, the crazy part is you should really go over what Aminar and them, they wasn't even saying nothing. What they was doing was agreeing with you. They were arguing the fact that they can't argue what Paul is saying, and you're saying what Paul is saying. And but yet they'll argue their own private interpretation of the text. This is crazy. How are you arguing with the book you say is infallible? You arguing with it because what Paul teaches is anti, is against the doctrine of Yeshua. They ain't even put that together yet. They ain't even put that together, so they get the psycho babbling and mumble mouthing about their own subjective opinions. But when you bring it back to the text, it said he wanted to castrate the people because since y'all worried about the member, remember it says the member that is bothering them. What member? It's only one part of our body, they call it a member. Just so happened in Galatians, if you go back up to 5:1, they talking about circumcision and who teaching what, right? And who teaching the other thing in opposition to it. They never asked the question, why didn't Paul teach what James told him to? Mally brought up a great question last night that I had never thought of. If you got the revelation from Jebus, directly from Jebus, on the road, right? We don't know which story you gonna go with. We don't know if you seen the light, if you didn't see the light. We don't know if you stood up, you fell down. We don't know if everybody seen it, they didn't see. We don't know which one you gonna choose from. But I never thought of it like this. If you talk to Jebus, why didn't you quote what Jebus told you that correlates directly to what he would have told his brother?
Bingo.
Right. If you was for Jebus, okay, if you for Cosmon, I dat, right? I dat. A nigga come to y'all who don't know me, you ain't never seen him, you don't know nothing about him, and he say Cosmon came to him in a dream, right? And he told me pedophilia was the way. Y'all are saying what? Right. Cosmon told you what? Cosmon told you to eat meat, huh? Wait a minute, where'd you meet Cosmon at? Well, no, I ain't never met him. How tall was he? Well, you know what I mean. What was his birthday? You know what I'm saying. You know, don't worry about that. Don't worry about the meat sold in the shambles. Just eat it. Don't think about it. That's what he told me. Now, y'all who know me, know good and goddamn well I ain't told nobody eat no goddamn meat sandwiches. Y'all know good and goddamn well Cosmon is not about no goddamn pedophilia. So if he coming back teaching an opposite doctrine than what you know me to teach, you gonna say you a goddamn lie, nigga. And that's what the prophets said to Paul. This is why they gave him Barnabas. They gave him a nigga to schooling. But he wanted to do what he wanted to do, and him and Barnabas fall out. They didn't trust the nigga from day one. Nigga said he talked to Cosmon. He said, and then he said, and then he said at the end of his message, right? Cosmo told me to give y'all a big so whoop. That's what he said.
No, Cosmo low. Cosmo
we ain't
low.
doing that one.
Okay. So niggas gonna be looking at this nigga like he said what?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
He said what?
He would have never said so. He a low.
Come on.
Yeah. I remember when you asked that question too. I was stumped with that shit. I said, he said, why would a dude come back and tell him to preach the opposite doctrine? They don't even make no sense. I'd have been done with that, bro.
And all they had to do, all Paul ever had to do was this. All he had to do was quote Jesus one time to them, and all of them would have stood down.
Like, damn, how that nigga know? He would Jesus would have told him something like, he would have told James something like this. Hey James, remember when you was 5 years old and I tripped you downstairs and you boo-booed on yourself?
Yeah.
He'd have told him that something nobody else knew.
Yeah.
Nobody else knew. Remember that time we stole that the church money that was sitting out there. You see what I'm saying? He would have told him something only James and Jesus would have known. Remember that time I snapped that bird neck and I brought it back to life? We was the only one there. Over there next to Mr. Johnson and them stove. Remember that? He would have told him something like that.
Right.
That James couldn't have denied. You dig what I'm talking about? And then he would have went on and said, well, look. And then he would have came to James. Y'all think Paul, a savage, meat-eating, man-killing, Israelite-bashing, Herodian, had a higher spiritual weight than the brother of Jesus who was born a Nazarene from the birth?
Right, that part.
This nigga could see the angels.
Yeah.
What is you talking about?
Yeah.
He could see them regularly. Interaction. That's the whole point of being an Israelite, is to get to that point that you interact with the angels or that.
Facts, brother. Facts.
That's the whole thing of being an Israelite. We don't be guessing.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So, and this is why it always seems miraculous to these other niggas, because they don't understand what's going on in the unseen part of the physical world. Bro, you put on a mat. I can't keep saying this enough. It was a master's class. PhD level breakdown of so, and then he brought it, and then this is the part that always killed me. If you say he a Benjamin, show his familial line. What him daddy? What him daddy name?
Hey,
what him mama name?
Hey, we showed his Herodian family tree, didn't we?
Okay, so
yes,
okay, but I can readily dig down into Antipater, dig down into Herod the Great, dig down into Herod Agrippa the second. I can dig down into their genealogy and find solace. And who may be the son of Berenice.
Praise.
Did you see that?
Praise, man. He brought out that family tree. It was game over.
So hold on, wait. It get better. So do that mean Saul is a son of Vespasian?
Wait
a minute. Was Saul a son of Nero?
Hey, mattress back was all over the. Hey, she was hopping on the rod of every rich cat back then. So,
okay, all the way from Nero to Titus, she humped every Flavian in the mix. Come on,
Bernice, man.
Little Matty Batty. Little Matty Batty.
Dang.
Come on. This is what they not understand. Listen, this is what the song said. This a family affair. Right. This a family affair. The Herodians, the Pizzos,
the Alexanders,
and the Flavians. The Flavians. These niggas is connected. They all family. They married in and out of each other's bloodlines and kept it all connected. Remember, all roads lead to Rome. Yeah, it's funny, ain't it? It's funny, ain't it? When you look at it, it's funny.
Yeah, man. Yeah, but I mean, look, it's all right there. And again, y'all, that proves we've been under a spell. Under a spell, bro. Listen to me. The majority of that came out Bible last night. And Amin Ra McCarthy Nortazor Yak never even tripped off any of that. You see? So that's why you can't nobody debunk what it is. Hey, look, when I had that debate with Pola Rizzo, that's the same doctor I used on side of this presentation. The same exact doctor. You dig? So when we had that debate, bro, I had the big homie NehemiYAH. I said, man, email that out to everybody on your list. You dig? I want to see if these cats got the testicular fortitude to debunk what we brought out. So it's a gang of them that already got it. They already got the doc. They already know what it is we talking about. You know what I mean? But they realize this. They can't debunk it. So guess what they're going to try to do? They just going to try to ignore us. You know what I mean? That's it.
They listen, that debate against Pro Rizzo was almost a year ago.
I know.
It's been quiet on the set since came outside and nigga emptied the Draco. Ain't nobody make no moves. Ain't nobody make no moves.
Hey, real quick before I cut out though, man, man, I was up all night, man, putting that science doc, getting it sharpened, man. I'm ready. I'm ready for it.
Oh yeah, bro, you about to be a major league problem. Daryl Cosmine is up next on Sinetta, y'all.
I'm ready for it.
This science presentation, we about to have the H.O.K in a disarray. Everybody got to come outside then.
Yep.
Everybody.
I'm hitting top too.
That's all I got to say. I'm hitting top. That's all I got to say, man. I'm
right there. Hey, I'm right there with y'all. Hey, I'm bombing from the stratosphere. You know what I mean? Let's get it done.
All right, y'all. See y'all soon, man. I gotta get on with the rest of the day, man. Much love to you guys, man.
Much love.
Much love to you guys. All right.
All right. Salute, bro. Hey, NehemiYAH, big homie, talk to us, huh?
Hello. Yeah, I'm here. I'm just sitting. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Talk to us.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I was just talking to my daughter real quick. She had just called. But no, man, bro. The whole thing about Paul, listen. One, when a man can't get, listen, if you saying that you meet the Messiah on the road and you can't get that story right and you tell that story wrong that many times, 3 to 4 times, right? That'd be like me walking from here around the corner to the liquor store and I meet the Messiah. And I come back and tell all y'all, bro, Mally, hey, Cosmine, hey, I met the Messiah, bro. It was me and 2 others, man, but they ain't see nothing though. And then I run into Selah Shalom, and you know what I'm saying, I run into Dreadful, Cosmine. Hey man, guess what, bro? I ran into the Messiah, man. Look, I heard the sound, and I think Mally heard the sound, man. You know what I'm saying? Then I run into Fritz, you know what I'm saying? Then I run into, Ema, you know what I'm saying, Ahuba. Hey, guess what? I saw the Messiah, but you know what? It was a bright light, but nobody saw it but me. Come on, man. Look. And then I'm an apostle? Come on, man. Be honest. Would any of y'all believe me? Give me a 1 in the chat if y'all to believe me, or give me a 2 in the chat if y'all wouldn't believe me.
Hell no, we ain't gonna believe that shit.
Dang, guys, man.
Hell no, we ain't gonna believe that. Yeah, this nigga hey, but hold on, Nehemiah, you gotta throw the sauce in there. The sauce is you've been telling this same lie, these same 3 lies, 2,000 years.
2,000 years.
You ain't got the story straight in 2,000 years, Nehemiah.
2,000 years. And it's on record, bro. It's on record, written, not hidden, for 2,000 years.
Come on, man. Hey,
And
that you know what that remind me of? You know what it remind me of? Remember when the old saying they said if you wanna hide some truth from a nigga, put it in a book.
Ain't that what they say, bro? But here go another thing too, right? Then when you listen to Cap last night, right? Cap T, I'm gonna call him Cap T. You listen to Cap T last night, right? He sit here and try to make it all go. And I just sat here shaking my head, bro. Like, it just blew my mind on how he tried to make that all go. I can't, bro. I'm dumbfounded. I was sitting there typing in the text like a mug. You go back to when he was on out there, that's probably the most time I was in the text typing my butt off. You couldn't make this up, bro.
You can't, because you can't. The doctrine contradicts itself to what Paul's doctrine is telling you what goes on, is what's going on. It's a contradiction of itself. You can't, for any logical man, sit here and try to equate the doctrine of non-flesh eating of the Nazarenes and conflate it as it's somehow the doctrine of Paul, which says eat all meat and don't even think about it. If you can sit here and conflate them two, you are delusional,
bro.
And it is at that point, it is upon us as wise men to stop arguing with you.
Bro, he sat there and said, and then he tried to equate that to Peter and the tapestry of meats. Did you see when he tried to run that?
Mm-hmm. And then remember,
boy, he sat there and tried to take a vision, but you skipped the part that man clearly said, I ate nothing uncommon or unclean. Both. I don't deal with none of it.
And then they never take into account who telling the story is Paul.
Come on, man.
He ain't gonna never write himself as the bad guy.
Bro, say that one more time, bro.
Paul is the writer of the text. He ain't gonna never write himself as the bad man, the boogeyman.
Come on.
No, it's always got to be Cosma. It's always got to be Nehemiah. It's always got to be Malaki, because we got to push it off on somebody, because it can't be us. That's what a child does.
Point that finger, but 3 point back at you, though.
Come on, man. Grandma taught us that when we was little. Grandma taught us that. Baby, you know every time you point a finger at somebody, 3 point right back at you. Who taught you that?
Come on, man.
We learned that before we got on the streets. Come on.
Makes no sense to me.
You know it don't make no damn sense. This shit crazy.
Hey, boy. Just to sit here and that Armin Raw dude, bro.
What about this, though, Nehemiah? What about this? What about the fact that ISUPK and the Christian church are saying the same thing? How is this even happening?
They Hebrew Christians, bro.
What?
They Hebrew Christians, bro. Do I say it again?
Wow.
They Hebrew Christians, bro.
Dang.
They Hebrew Christianites.
Christian alike, nigga lights. Damn.
Oh, can't get it right lights. Oh, Hebrew Paula lights.
Man, Paula lights. Wow.
Hey, man.
You know what? It hit different. It hit different. Sometimes you be thinking something, but when you hear somebody say it, Christian, that's different. Wow. Listen, they was caping for Paul. Listen, them boys had to wipe their mouth when they was done talking about Paul.
Boy.
Them boys was up there caping.
Boy.
I never seen that. I never, listen, Hebrew I know will fight tooth and nail to tell you, no, we not Christians.
Hey, can I add something to it real quick, man? Why I know that story from Paul to Damascus, and the reason even more so mainly why it shouldn't even be adhered to, right? And just tell me, am I wrong, man? Anybody in this chat, please, and my brother Cosmine, bro, my dear beloved brother and Maccabee, tell me if I'm wrong, bro, please. I'm finna drop this real quick, right? The Messiah himself, right, who everybody claimed they're supposed to be following or learning from, the master teacher, right? The one who came to bring the light back, right? Didn't he say, of myself, I do nothing. It's my Father that giveth to me, right? I bear witness of myself. It means nothing. Ooh. One witness means nothing. He said, listen, if I bear witness of myself, my witness means nothing.
Dang.
Is Paul the only one who was bearing witness of himself, or do we got a witness?
Ooh.
I'm just saying, man. Did the Messiah say that?
Ooh. He said, if I bear witness of my, he sure did. So if he said, if I came back and said I was the only one who bore witness, don't even believe me.
That's what him said.
So how you gonna believe Paul telling you the witness of a nigga who said, don't even believe me if I came back and
he got the story wrong 3 times.
Damn,
bro.
Damn. How you ain't get the story right, Nehemiah?
And that's supposed to be the greatest revelation, bro. Bro, check this out. Remember the first time you made love, bro? How can you get that story wrong every time?
You can't.
And if Christ is going to be the greatest thing that ever happened to you, how can you get that story wrong every time?
Then we got to think about this. How did 3 different versions even get written in a text by the same person, supposedly? Do that show 3 different authorships right there? That bring into question everything you talking about, because we don't even know who talking. We don't even know who talking. This stuff just being applied to Paul.
Bro, you can't make this up, bro.
It's impossible.
I'm gonna see if I can drop a link in the room real quick, and let's see if we all can click on it. I had to go back to YouTube. I'm on StreamYard. Did that link drop in the room? It's just a quick Bible link.
Okay, see. Yeah, I see it. BibleRef.com. Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody see it. Can you click on it?
I can't click on it. Mally would have to do it.
under the admin, it should be able to click on it.
And,
Yeah, it should be clickable. You should be able to click on it.
Hold on. Let me see if I can do it. Because I'm on my phone right now.
Yeah, if you're in StreamYard, you might not. If you're on YouTube, you should be able to.
Yeah, I'm on
If anybody can go to
StreamYard.
John chapter 5, verse 31. John chapter 5, verse 31. And this the words of the Messiah. And it ain't written in Paul. This is why Paul can't quote them gospels, bro. Right? Because come on, man.
Easy work. Keep it going, bro. Y'all already know.
Look what it say, bro. Paul could not be anywhere near valid. Because the Messiah himself said, if I bear witness of myself, my witness is not true. Bag drop forever.
And basically, that's what Paul is trying to say Jesus is doing. Jesus is bearing witness of himself through Paul. It's only Paul's words of Jesus that are regurgitated.
Here go the
Jesus
NIV
don't come back
version,
and
bro.
tell nobody nothing.
But see, and listen, but ain't that ancient Torah?
Come on.
In the mouth of 2 to 3 witnesses, let every word be what? True.
True.
Paul can't come and run up and say, just like how quick you said, if I went to the liquor store and told you I met the Messiah. And I asked, would you believe me? You said what? How quick did you say it, Cosmo? How quick did you say it?
Hell no.
Hell no.
We know you lying. You told me 7 different stories. It was 5 niggas
shot,
with you
love.
the first time.
Look what Jazz post down there. Good shot. Good shot.
It was 5.
She posted.
I don't see it. Hold on. I gotta go do my thing. Deuteronomy.
Get some Bible reading up in this deal, boy. That's what we need, some Bible reading up in here. Let's bring it back to where we should be with it. 17 and 6. Bing and numb. And where we at with it? 35 and 30. 35, 30. I'm typing, y'all. And John 5.
Hey, y'all peep, when I asked Amon-Ra McCarthy, did who he called Christ, did he appear to Constantine as well? Y'all peep how he was like, no.
My thing is, if Paul got a vision, why can't Constantine?
Why can't I have one? At the liquor store.
At the liquor store. Hold on. Was you with 2 niggas, 5 niggas, 7 niggas? Did they see the light?
All the homies, cuz. Hey, boy, we was trying to go get, hey, look. So look, hey, look, at least Ezra, when he was, getting his way, at least he had a scribe with him. He had 2 witnesses.
Right.
So look, Deuteronomy 17 and 6. At the mouth of 2 to 3 witnesses, right? Copy. Drop this paste boy in here real quick. Copy, paste. All right. At the mouth of 2 to 3 witnesses shall he that is worthy of death be put to death. But at the mouth of 1 witness, he shall not be put to death.
So one person can't just come and say, oh, this is what it is, and we run with that. You got to have some correlating, some backing information. You know what I mean? These are called primary and secondary sources. You just can't come by yourself making claims.
And look, here go the second witness. And this is Numbers 35 right here. Yeah, excuse me, I'm going back and forth between tabs. All right, send. All right. This comment has failed to post, create again TV. How long? Let me go. Had to pull back up YouTube. And post it in YouTube then. Come on, YouTube. There you go. Post it here. All right. So it says, whosoever killeth any person, the murderer shall be put to death by the mouth of witnesses. Right? Plural. But one witness shall not testify against any person to cause him to die. You hear me? It can't be one witness. It has to be witness says plural. One person can't send nobody to the death. You see that, Cosmon? Uh-oh. Am I disconnected?
Yeah. I see that. Because at that point, it's just he say, she say. It's your word against my word.
And look, even in that story about the woman that the priest wanted to sleep with, remember that story? And they wanted to have their way with her, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was two of them. They said, look, we just going to go tell that you was trying to do this and that and the third, so we're going to tell a lie, and there's two of us. They could have got that off. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
I'm sure many times they did.
Many times they did, man.
Man, that was
moving wicked in the law.
This is crazy, man.
Man, it gets so deep, man. Sometimes I be reading a lot of this stuff, man. I be having to step away from it. Like, damn, bro, did that just say this? Like, man, when I looked and seen that Josephus said that Vespasian and his son Titus basically are the Messiah. Numbers 24:17-19. He said that in War of the Jews, book 6, sections 3:12-3:15. Run right into it. Man, so when I was reading, I'm like, hold on, how is this nigga claiming that his boss fulfills prophecy?
The
and
enemy.
Then I thought about it. I said, well, hold on. There's a cat named Cyrus in Isaiah 45 that's Messiah too. So it shouldn't be that hard for our fetch to recognize that Titus and them represent what they're claiming or what Josephus is saying when Cyrus is in Isaiah 45 listed as the Lord's anointed.
Damn.
See, it hit different when, okay, well, no, Titus ain't Messiah, then how is Cyrus Messiah? So you mean to tell me that Israel's God uses foreign generals and kings to fulfill his prophecies? Come on, all right.
Well, then you shouldn't have a word to say about JBN
at all.
At least we can prove he come from Huguenot or Jewish crypto converso heritage. Can you prove Paul Jewish heritage? We can prove the Jewish heritage of JBN. He was a Huguenot. Let that sink in a second. We can prove JBN is kin to Jews before we can prove Paul is kin to a Jew. Let that sink in. The dope part is we not pigeonholed. We're not pigeonholed to nothing. We're not just bound on OSP or Bible or this or that. Creator say, search me out through all creation. I am truth at its source. And everywhere you find me, you'll find truth. So look at all of it. And then to understand and correlate with the fact that he tells us to master the elements, right? And then to learn that to dissipate and condensate planets and mastery of the elements, which is the misunderstanding of what we call magic. He say the ability to create celestial bodies ain't even the half of what it takes to be a true emancipated God in heaven. What are you talking about? Ain't no getting close to Jah. They say you will be aghast, utterly amazed at his creation, because he don't do nothing the same. It's cyclical, but always progressive. You ain't even gonna see another planet like Earth. If you gonna go on to live to be 100 million years old one day in the spirit, you will never, ever, ever, ever see a planet like Earth again. Nothing even close to it. And everything it's challenging the next in beauty and grandeur and splendor. And listen, man, I'm not trying to be stuck here bound to Pauline doctrines with dogs and whoremongers and male prostitutes sitting outside my door forever. I got to go. I got to get up out of here. I'm not about to be reborn into a new fleshly body and live a whole new. No! I am up and I am out. You can stay.
But I must leave.
I'll come back and holler at you, cuz. I'll come back and holler at you. You did what I'm talking about. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Hey, I'm gone now, bro.
And visit on summer vacation, like you remember you used to go to grandma's house on summer vacation. You used to go down south. Yeah, I come back in the summer. You did what I'm talking about, but y'all got to deal with this the rest of the year. Cosmon, out of here.
Hey, Cal.
Right? Shoot.
Hey, Cal. I'm gonna let y'all go, bro. I gotta run my son to his job real quick and make some quick moves real quick. But man, I love each and every one of y'all indeed in truth, man. Peace, love, light, man. May the favor of the Creator shine on all y'all, man. Love y'all.
Man, love, light, and balance.
Hey, Cal, you know I'll be back in Detroit when it warm up, man. I ain't coming when it's cold, boy. I ain't messing with y'all. Boy, you know I know D, boy. I ain't messing with y'all cats.
Hey, man, it's different when that H.O.K on you, man.
I ain't messing with y'all, bro. I see you when it gets springtime, brother.
You smart. That boy smart.
Hey, love y'all, man. Hey, Fritz, all y'all, man. Love y'all. Stephanie, what up, Queen? Love all y'all, man. Just everybody in the room. Mally, hammerhead joker. All right, family. Hey, Mally, patriarch clan of the hammerhead jokers.
What up, big homie? You already know.
Hey, man, hit me up when you get a chance a little bit later, man. I'm running JB up here this job.
All right. Tell nephew I said shalom, man. Hey, y'all hold it down, bro. You already know. Create a gang, you bring them, we raise them. Another Megaton light bomb get dropped, and he got the whole conscious community in a disarray right now. We gonna do our thing, y'all, and we gonna keep bombing. You know what I mean? So I'm about to get up out of here, man. Enjoy the rest of these short leggers. Chop it up for the rest of the day. Hey, my ears to the streets, though. If I hear something move sideways, y'all already know I'm in the chat. Like, man, y'all see this? Hey, what Cal, give us some last words, brother.
Hey, man, love, light, and balance, man. The Creator is good.
Yeah, man.
He's good, y'all. That's the only thing. It's the only thing safe.
Mm-hmm.
It's the only thing for sure. And it's all this creation, man. And look, don't worry about it, man. And when it get too heavy, give it over to him. You dig what I'm talking about? This what he for.
Yeah.
This what he for. You dig what I'm talking about? Let that word go. You know what I mean? See. Faith is a knowledge that is made tangible. See, this is a thing you know. You don't believe faith. Right? What they would call a tangible belief. That means it's real if it's tangible. Listen, YAH'S is amazing.
Man.
He is amazing. He is undefeated.
Man.
And if you don't believe it, you better go watch that video last night.
Mm.
You better go watch that video.
Yeah, man.
Look at the cognitive dissonance leaking out of your people.
Yeah, man. Them boys look like mental midgets last night. YAH'K and HonorandHumilitySTL. They was nowhere near ready for none of that.
Yeah, man. We've been in this thing 5 hours, man. We'll keep on chopping. You dig what I'm talking about?
You heard me?
All day. You dig what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
We probably gonna put on one of these marathons one day, a good 10-hour run.
Yeah.
You dig what I'm talking about? You gotta go to the store and get some snacks and come back. Like these boys is cooking.
Well, all right, bro. You know, it's always a pleasure chopping it up with you, man. I'm about to do my same thing. I'm about to relax for the rest of the day, get on a good vibe, watch a good movie or something, and just relax, bro. You know what I mean? Shit. So
Hey,
right
man.
on for everybody tapping in with us. Y'all already know all praises to the ever-present Creator, the all in all, the always was, is, and ever shall
be.
And that's above any deity, any of these niggas out here naming. You dig? We far ahead of the scientists and the religious nut jobs. You gotta come check in with the gang. You know what I mean? So I'm about here, bro. You already know love and light. We'll chop it up in the back chats and the chat groups and all that. Again, create a gang, you bring them, we raise them. All right, Cal. One love, all right?
One.